Hello. Let's see if I've got all of my mics and things working. Looks good. I'm Chris from Airwindows, and here is my Thursday live stream. And yeah, it is really hot today, I gotta say. It didn't cool off properly last night. I don't have air conditioning. I do have ventilation, so you'll hear like fans and stuff going on. And I have been busy this morning. I also apparently have earth moving equipment running around out my door. A little while ago, they actually went and rebuilt my street, so that's kind of cool, I guess. I mean, if you like having fancy, newly repaved streets, there's that. It made a lot of noise. You may or may not be able to hear that over the microphone I use. I'm also listening to other noises and trying to figure out whether it's raining or something, because I'm hearing rattling out of my wood stove's chimney. And it's one of the things is I need to get another load of firewood, because I would like to have all of the wood heating going on for this coming winter. I've already got a load and I've got some on hand, but I'd like to get even more. I'd like to have the hugest pile of firewood ever. I don't know whether that would make me use more of it, but it's always good if I cannot use the oil heat as much. Anyways, it is live stream day. The brightness of the studio lights is hopefully not going to become too overwhelming over the course of the day. And there's various stuff for me to do. So here's what I was doing this morning. Because I have lots of stuff to do. And part of it is the hit record thing that I do, and recording all of these records that I've got so that I can measure them. And that's the thing that I did just yesterday. This might be a fine day for me to continue explaining it. I'll have time. As you can see, I've got all of this stuff going on, where now I have new records. In particular, the ones that I put in, everything that says yesterday or today, because this is by size, but if I go by date modified, here's records that I just only bought yesterday. And you can see that I've got all this other stuff that I need to break down into individual songs and measure. And I can do some of that today. It's a little more cumbersome when I'm on stream and I can't hear the music. Oh, well, that's easy to understand. Don't make stuff so loud. You probably don't need to make stuff as loud as you're doing, if you're going to be doing it properly anyhow. As for the limiter, you've probably got the limiter set so that its ceiling is close enough to 0 that meter sees it as effectively a clip. That's probably the answer. As I work with some of this stuff today, for instance, here is a Chic record. I am going to be going in and normalizing all these tracks because I don't really need this stuff. Like, we're in the era of YouTube and we're in the era of listening to individual tracks. So I'm a lot more interested in knowing what these songs' internal dynamics are like, rather than whether this entire song was 2 dB down on the album. That part doesn't matter very much to me. There's no real reason why I wouldn't just take like this one and turn it up. But you'll notice none of those are anywhere near 0 dB down. This was recorded off of a vinyl record. As such, the loudest part is going to be where I took the needle off the record, so I can quickly edit that out and there's no problem there. But then if I hit a peak search, you'll see that this is the hottest peak in the record, which is a bit of a weird peak. I think that might be a peak produced by DBX processing. I keep seeing that around this time period when they were moving to kinds of processing that were a little bit new. Like famously, Steely Dan ran into an enormous problem when they did the album Katy Lied, because they were trying to push the boundaries of technology, as they would always do, and they were going for more signal to noise ratio. So they were stepping beyond the use of Dolby, and they were trying to use DBX for the mixdown of Katy Lied. This is also, it's very common, especially the mastering houses back in the day. Those were the first places where, oh, you can. If you can point me to where I can get a hold of your music and download it, I will in fact play it and analyze it on Meter. That feels like a great thing for me to do on live streams. I see no reason not to. So get it up somewhere that I can download it. And we can absolutely do that. As far as this is concerned, I'm basically talking about how it's probably some weird DBX thing causing this particular peak. It seems unusually sharp, like there's electronics glitching out in there somewhere. It's not quite strong enough to be a actual record click. Oh, you can't. I've got it set on the most unrestrictive YouTube chat thing, and it's still going to block some stuff. Like, I do not see what you have said. You got to come up with some other way of communicating with me. Like, I could go on my Patreon and watch for messages there. That wouldn't help you if you're not on that, but maybe if I do good by you, you'll be interested in doing that. Anyways, the point being, well, here's one of the points being, here is another big peak, and this is more evidence that the sound of this band made it possible for sharp peaks like that to be showing up. It's a kind of click going on at Hey Before. And it produces sounds like this. And we'll not bother saving that. But yeah, this is all stuff that I did quite recently. And some of this is albums that I bought just the other day. So that's kind of exciting. Like before then, the most recent thing that I had was Oranges and Lemons, and it's more XTC. But I got a Robert Plant album and found that there are people doing reacts to it. So I can, in fact, do a timeless episode on Robert Plant's Big Log. I also listened to a couple of the other tracks, but I wasn't super interested in Plant's post-Zeppelin career. There are different things where I will just try to go and record the hits off of the record, or ones where I want to record all of the tracks off of the record. For instance, what we see here is Robert Plant in the 80s, Principle of Moments, is where we get Big Log and I'm in the Mood. And there's a guitar player who I think also played with Edie Brickell later, who's doing lovely, lush, chorusy, strat, chimey stuff there. And he's all over this stuff. We've got Make It Big, which is, of course, by Wham! Exclamation point. And that's famously George Michael. George Michael is famously one of the coolest people you'll ever hear about. He was an enormous philanthropist in secret, this guy. You know, it's tragic that he died, but while he was alive, people really did not understand the degree to which he was just out there being as awesome as possible. So all of the points for that. But you'll also notice that on Wham, and I don't have lots and lots of tracks here, but I got a couple of tracks. I think I took 4 tracks because there were 2 big hits and then 2 ones that I had never heard before, but were also moderate hits. So the one that I was familiar with was Careless Whisper. And I should be able to do a react on that. And there's this one. And then these 2 were the actual big hits, like Wake Me Up Before You Go-Go. I can probably loop a little chunk of vocal if I can find a good one. Like if you just loop this yeah. The interesting thing about the vocals on this record is that it is such an intense example of like 80s hyper bright digital reverb sounds. It's got the digital reverb short ambience going on, but it's also got that sort of SSL style utterly cranking the highs, and that's something I'm interested in exploring, because the deal is, observing this on this record, I can't help but notice that the track that I'm working on at the moment, which I might spend many hours dealing with the pitches of today, has quietly sung sections that I have already split out into a separate section. So my loud vocals are set up the way I expected them, but it's worth working out whether the softer vocals can be brought into that hit record zone of the blue peak dots simply by brightening and de-essing them real hard. Hey, Beans Beef Broccoli. Tell you what, let me go and look at that very thing. I've got all these to deal with, including a number of tracks. Like I've got a couple of tracks off of Aerosmith's Get Your Wings, which I didn't have before. And I'm looking forward to analyzing like Train Kept a Rollin'. This is an instrumental. MSFB's Love is the Message is basically Muzak, but it's Muzak using the Philadelphia house band of that era. And this is the song that's the theme to Soul Train. So I have taken that as just an isolated thing. There were 4 tracks off of the Christopher Cross record that I captured the other day. Everybody knows the yacht rock Sailing, but there were multiple other tracks too. And I got Jeff Beck's Truth album and just grabbed Beck's Bolero. And then there's also this fun one, which is Climax Jazz Band. It's a direct-to-disc recording. So you probably won't care about the music. It's basically like New Orleans jazz, like street jazz music. But it is a very high fidelity. It's like Neve console directly to Neumann lathe. It's like what vinyl sounds like without tape. So that's quite interesting too. And it's going to have extremely extended high frequencies because that's in all analog, and then I'm capturing it at 96K. So it should show up real clear. And then trick of the tail, I got a new copy of that. In fact, I recorded the entire thing rather than just a couple of songs, because this time I was able to record trick of the tail without incredibly large amounts of crackle. And that just makes it much nicer. So I have to go and edit those down again, but this time it's actually going to sound good. And then I've got 2 Chic albums, one of which I had and one of which, Say Cheek, I got yesterday. And I'm really looking forward to fooling that. Also the Risque, which I already had, that has the song Good Times on it. And that's an amazing disc. It's lots of amazing disco songs from some of the most incredible players of the 70s, like Nile Rodgers, Bernard Edwards, not Chester Thompson, somebody Thompson, the guitar player, bass player, and drummer who were Chic were just completely phenomenal. And so it's well worth hearing that stuff, and I'm interested in analyzing what that breaks down like using meter. So first thing, I would like to bounce over to, you'll bear with me while I derp around doing my usual things, because I need to bounce over to my Patreon just to, it's very nice that technically you can add, technically you can join without paying. That is allowable. But I have a message which hopefully, I bet it's the Google Drive. I bet that's the reason. And let it see about downloading this, because I am going to want to, look where I'm going to be open to doing this today. I think it is a fine idea. Oh, it downloaded really, really fast too. Yeah, if you're broke or something, you can change that to 0 and you'll still be able to, pretty much everything that I do is going to still be fine for you. Now I try to move my screen around so that I can see what I'm doing. And now we get to, it's probably going to be fine. Let's also, one further thing. It's going to be a little bit awkward because I have so many fans going. We can audition this using the upstairs mix position thing. I think that might be worthwhile. Let's make that be part of our analysis thing when we're listening to live stream viewer tracks. And again, I'm open to that. I think that'll be interesting. But what that means is there's a fan up there. You can tell there's a fan up there, unfortunately. But yeah, I should be able to turn up the speakers just a little bit. And then, before, yes, you can. It seems like a fine day to do that. I would like to do some of my other work too, but I am enthusiastic about, we'll work through all this kind of stuff together. Here is you listening to the sort of mono through my vocal mic here of my system playing whatever this is. First of all, that's very resonant. That's not bad. Here are some of the things I'm observing. The brightness is balancing fairly well against how loud you've got everything. Do you really want to have the extreme low bass this heavy? Like, is it doing this for you? Does it sound like this in your speakers? I've got subwoofers. It's not going to be hurting my subwoofers, but you're pushing as hard as you can. Yeah, your headphones are not telling you the truth about the bass. Yeah, you could use like a car check or listening to it in the other room. Actually, you can't, if you're mixing on headphones, you probably can't do that. Let's do something else. Check this out. We can do a variety of things here. And this is promising, like you're on the right track. But let's do a effect stack where we include monitoring. We'll do the best we can with all of this. Let's see. We'll throw in monitoring 3. Oh, it's already set to what I would use. And then we're also going to throw on the, oh, do we not have, no problem. And then we'll throw on meter. And we'll do the same thing. But what I use meter for, before I had this anyhow, is tests. And we've got settings. If you set it to peaks only, that's showing you all the stuff that's too loud. See? If you set it to peaks only, your peaks do also tend to be too loud. They're not wildly too loud. If we set it to subs only, check this out. It's supposed to be about the same balance with subs only. This is what I used before I had meter. If we turn on subs only, you are now clipping my subwoofers at what should be a normal listening level. This counts as too much. I think for all of these things, it's going to still follow the basic rules of meter, which is if you've got it mixed and balancing out really well, the loudest in the bass should rise up to the point of meeting the clip coming down, but not beyond, and you've got consistently beyond. That suggests that your subs are too hot, which I think they are. And then mono, side only, a vinyl cut. The vinyl cut is going to restrict things somewhat. It is simply a bandpass. Let's scooch this over to where I can fool with it. Let's go back to that center part. Then here's, so this is the vinyl filter being added. Notice how you're not losing that much on the meter line, although it's still not sounding great because this is basically leaving all the clipping you have from all your excessive bass. And it's leaving a lot of the aggression in the highs because it's literally just a super wide bandpass. Yeah, this should work. Let's see. So if you had it balanced like this, where it did some of these things, but not too aggressively, and the bass wasn't going totally insane, look at how that's doing. It's notable that when you're singing, the balance comes together. That's important. It's supposed to work with all the key things happening. So when you got this section going on, we'll loop it. Yeah, meters should work post-monitoring. Like this is post-monitoring. With this, I am using the vinyl setting in monitoring to cut out some of that bass. And we're taking advantage of the fact that it's still extending really far. But hey, there's something else that we can do as well. I'm going to call this sort of the key section, although maybe we should be looking at well, this might be too much. You're doing the thing where you're bringing more stuff in at the end, and that's good. It's just that everything is so loud that you're peaking early. This is now too dense, like... See, it's too much. There's too much here. You've got it right up to 2024 excessive levels. It is doing its damnedest to still be okay, considering you're just pushing too far. Like, this method of mixing and mastering is going to be a dying breed. It takes away the ability of people to continue to enjoy and like it. And so much of everything else that you're doing is great, but it's like you're doing a drum and bass mix out of it, where your extreme lows have to be, look at the zero cross meter. You have next to nothing happening up in the mid-range. The mid-range still matters. It should work better. If you tame it, it should work better. Also, where these bass frequencies hit, it's an extremely widely dispersed thing, but there's a sharp limit to how low it'll go. Like this is 20 hertz. You don't want to go down this far. This is 200 hertz. You don't necessarily want to go up this far. You might want some, like your lower mid-range is hotter than it needs to be. And let's go and investigate something else. Because like I said, I have all these fans going, so unfortunately I apologize for the amount of background noise that we're getting. It's not as much here. You're not actually hearing the song. The song's not out, so that seems fair. But what you're doing is you're hearing it. This particular method of being able to hear what I'm working on, as in only through my voice mic, it's pointed away from the speakers. What that means is you're not hearing a very clear picture of what Simon's doing here. I am. And from experience, I know that my subwoofers come through this mic like really intensely. So if the subwoofers, if the low bass is out of joint, you're gonna notice it. Like if it sounds weird now, those bass notes sound like out of balance now to you on stream, that probably means they're excessive, because it shows up when I do the stream. Kind of like with if I turn monitor on to full-on subs only, you'll also hear that. But let's do the further thing. And again, like I said, I've got a fan going on up there, so this is going to be a little annoying. You're not going to be able to, maybe what I'll do is I'll get up there, I'll turn the fan off, we'll talk and listen to the thing, and then as I leave, I'll turn the fan back on again, and that will help during this ridiculous heat wave day after a ridiculous heat wave night. But let's take it from the top. Let me try and set the thing properly. And we're going to go up. Remember how I've been doing mixes and going up into the upstairs hallway? I am more than happy to do that for people's submissions. So check this out. Here is what Il Cuore by Simon Uka sounds like upstairs in my hallway, in the same place that I've been doing mix checks in recent streams. The same way that I've been having stuff playing and then I've gone upstairs and listened to what it was like. We're going to do the same thing. So let's go up and check out what it sounds like up there. It should be pretty darn revealing. And again, if you have to mix on headphones, then some of this stuff might be extra difficult, because this mix check is going to be literally the opposite of what you get out of headphones. I should add another thing to monitoring, which adds a thing designed to act like what this mix check location sounds like. But anywho, up we go. Shut off the vent. So you should be able to hear the sound of this song. And again, there's a lot to like here. This is really doing a pretty decent job. It sounds nice. That said, hear that sustaining bass note? One of the things about drum and bass is that you have the sustaining bass thing, but then your kick drum tends to be higher in frequency than that. This is a sustaining bass sine and a low frequency kick drum at the same time. That's challenging. Not to say you can't. If you really want to, you could. But your deepest bass is really quite powerful. Again, I would use subs only. You can use it in your headphones, because that is going to highlight everything going on down there. The sonority of some of those sounds, if this was my mix, I would be like, ooh, that just went too loud. I would pull it back a hair. And I would want the voice to be as strong as this throb. The amount of bass there, like that gets in the way of it being able to do its thing. It'll also get in the way of loudinating. Like if you were trying to do a Super 2024 sound, that would still be fighting you. rather than do that, pull it back in order to be able to make everything else be loudinated, I would suggest pulling that stuff back just a hair. It wouldn't take all that much. It's a harmony vocal that could do with being louder. That keyboard sound was a little louder than the lead vocal. That's maybe a little daring. And that probably was the end of the track, but I'll keep it playing because this is interesting. And we are busy analyzing this stuff in a way that is characteristic of how I do my mix check. So let's see if there's anything else I can talk about with this before heading back downstairs, turning that fan back on. It's also nice, seeing as I have all the fans downstairs as well, to be able to retreat to a place where it's a little bit quieter and we can focus on the sound a little bit more. But yeah, you can probably see, here is my thoughts here. I'm talking in this same acoustic space that we're hearing this music through. If I'm doing a mix, I would like it to be projecting all of the aspects of it to where they are making themselves apparent over a human being in the same space talking. Like the bass is kind of throbbing and getting in the way of, like I'm raising my voice to talk over it. But a lot of other stuff, other than the S's, are not competing with, like, if I start talking and explaining this to you, and my voice is talking, everything else kind of gets buried. It's very easy for me to suppress the rest of this mix by talking over it. You're not really hearing anything other than sometimes the resonance of some of those sounds are poking out to where they're kind of honking. That is, like you just heard that, that's why people get so interested in stuff like Oak Sound Soothe and so on. They want a instant fix that they can just throw on the thing, and then if some kind of note honks its way through their mix, it automatically takes that away, and they're not interested in asking questions about whether it's appropriate or not. That was a sort of a low frequency honking through the mix, which is maybe not good. You should know which areas are supposed to sustain, which areas are supposed to resonate, where the areas of power would be, because that was not an area of power, it was just an area of this is really loud in the mix right now. Yeah, and you hear that keyboard? The keyboard is plainly heard, but there's a much cooler background vocal in there that the keyboard is stepping on. See, that's a choice, but that's not a choice I would make. I would pull that keyboard back, and the rest of it sounds fine. And then I would be turning that background vocal up a little bit because it sounded kind of passionate. It sounded like something cool was happening there. And let's head back downstairs. Otherwise, we'll just keep looping it. And we can play other people's songs as well. All right, I'm back. So yeah, so now that I'm back, I can see chat again, because I can't see chat up there. So here's my question then. That's a choice, but it's a choice I would not make. Does that mean you wouldn't want to turn that background vocal up? or you wouldn't want to turn the mid-rangey sound that sort of poked through the mix down, or would you not choose to stick soothe on everything? If so, I like that. And yeah, that was fun. I want Simon, not Simon. We're already doing Simon. Before, did you have something lined up? Before is ready to submit. Fair. Yeah. What you're doing kind of speaks to somebody that wouldn't be just automatically going for a soothe. And more power to you, because you need to have things poking out usefully. Also, what on earth is going on outside? Also, why do I not have meter visible? Probably because I don't have a track open. There we go. So we can open the interface when that is actually available. So we're gonna save this stack as viewer submissions, because when we do this, we can also go through the monitoring options as well. I'm going to take a peek at what's going on. Do you hear that? I'm going to see what somebody is doing out there. It's like street repair or something. Called it. I called it. It literally is street repair. There's a guy with a backhoe out there digging up some kind of drain. Fair enough. So this can be a viewer stream, and I'll do my level best to focus down on that. Thank goodness we're not trying to like record delicate guitars with condenser microphones or whatever, because the amount of background noise today is just overwhelming. So before, have you got, I suppose I should go back to the Patreon, right? That would be arguably a kind of tacky thing for me to do, but I don't really care that much. I am so good at not being tacky most of the time. In this case, it's like, yeah, if you're in my crew, maybe you should be sending me private messages on my Patreon. Maybe that'd be a good idea. So there's Simon's. Yeah. You can join my Patreon for free, you know. It doesn't actually get you anything that, like, joining it for money doesn't get you special stuff that people who haven't joined don't get. Sometimes something comes out early and I let you have it early. But in general, no, it's not about that. So it's just for people who want to support my work. And I justify that by supporting your work. So you get to join the Patreon as a free user. They do not charge you. You do not have to the best of my knowledge, come up with a credit card just to join it. And if you have an alternate way of putting up a link, let me know, and I will try that one. Only thing I do know is that I can't actually posting links in YouTube chat seems not to work. So before, you can point me to SoundCloud. Is the SoundCloud downloadable? I am completely down with being pointed to SoundCloud. I have an account, although I'm no longer putting large quantities of music up there. Here we have somebody with a chainsaw or some damn thing. I'm not sure what they're doing. It's downloadable. Point me to it. Come up with a way of giving me a link. You probably can't put a link in YouTube chat, so do something else. Tell me where to look. Or, oh, hang on a second. What am I even doing? I know how to solve this problem. If I go to SoundCloud, there's not that much that I pay attention to. The Reclaim Your City is techno. It's a techno live stream. And the QAnon Anonymous podcast are just kind of funny, but I don't know what they're up to these days. It's been a long time since I paid attention to them. Is this you? I think it is. Let's try this one out. Cool. So now we know that SoundCloud is also a good way of doing this. Before 23, you're up. I apologize for the really intense amount of background music, but we should be still good. I fear that the background music, the background noise will be even more annoying with the upstairs mic check, but we'll do the upstairs mic check for this too. So I can certainly tell you certain things about what this is. This is the opposite of the previous track. This one's on your sort of mid-rangey 60s, 70s vibin' thing. And we're going to be staying in deep vibe territory, I think. This feels like one of those tracks where not all that much is going to be happening. We're doing some variations on this, and it's going to be using the same basic thing, although since it's sampled stuff, it could abruptly change to other things. Currently it's not. It's trying to do a consistent vibe. I've done that myself. I did that with Skronk, where it was being done in a tracker, but I just chose to have very consistent instrumentation. Now, some of the things that are happening here, and I think it's working on, I'm trying to figure out whether it's fading out yet. So what this tells me is you actually have a lot of room for making this way louder than it is. This is being really shy of trying to be loud. It's got some similar stuff to some of the 80s music where they wanted to have the peaks of the drums poke so far above everything else, but the body of it is, you know, it could be, let's start fooling around with monitoring. For instance, this one on peaks only has become much quieter. And you notice nothing is distorting in the slightest. I stand corrected. There's a couple of attacks that are distorting. Peaks in monitoring should show you what's sticking out in a similar way to the remote mix check thing. Like you heard what it was doing with the previous one. This is now peaks, and it doesn't sound that different. What that means is it's very well balanced, but this is not particularly daring. Ideally, you would have little stuff poking out all over the place. Peaks is not supposed to sound like a final mix. Peaks is supposed to have evenly balanced stuff sticking out. Yeah, a bunch of things could be stronger and more extreme. Let's continue. And I want to see whether I can scooch this around so I can manipulate it a little bit. Let's just loop the main part, which immediately happens. Like, this is already the strongest part, which is not necessarily what you would want to do. You might want to sequence it so that it starts out with less than the full Monty and then go to the biggest parts towards the end of the track rather than kind of more arbitrarily going. But here are some other monitor options. This was peaks. These are all supposed to balance more or less equally. They're different perspectives on things, but what meter should be telling you with this is, like, you throw on the slew only, and it should still give you a reasonable setting on this part, but it's not. Instead, you still have room to make the peaks louder here. Even at slew only, with the highs boosted, it is still not using the, like, this second meter, this is basically all usable space. Once you're filling the bottom part with black spikes, that shows you that you've gone a little far. Let's see if there's any other sections where any of it gets ambitious. Yeah, almost nothing here pushes the limits with the brightness. So that's the slew only check. And again, this is, the meter itself is already telling you this. This is what I did before I had meter to show these things. But we can enable it, and it's supposed to make it so that the highs are accentuated. But instead, if we accentuate the highs like that, you'd expect it to start pushing more of these red spots, which are the brightness spots, the brightness beyond the correct balance, but it's not. You'd want an evenly filled cloud of spots. You could get away with making this brighter as well as louder. Making it louder would also be making it brighter, so that might be okay. And then here's your subs. And these subs are actually quieter than the main song. Because the main song is pretty darn mid-rangey, and it's not extending into the lows. You're doing the opposite of what the previous example did. You can hear that it's trying to do bass, but far from like going into complete overload. This is bass shy. It's maybe capable of going down into the low area. It's a good enough sound as it goes, but it's shy. It's really not pushing very far as accentuating these things. everything about this could be a little more wide range, a little brighter, a little bassier. I would say that you could have the bass come up to be about equal volume levels here. We could play with this a little bit while we're at it. And then if we go to the vinyl thing, nothing actually changes. There's no actual reason to see any change in the vinyl option because it's exactly the same. And there's your phone option. Shall we take a minute to check out what it's like in the upstairs listening position? I'm going to have to turn it up. It's definitely on the quiet side. Like we're looking at it now. So what I see here is these peaks are distributed so sparsely that you could get away with clipping or limiting them off or compressing them off. Oh, you prefer not? Okay. If you would like me not to do that, then I absolutely won't. I would point out that it would probably sound good. The if you want to run a variation on it, then we could do that. We're not going to focus entirely on one thing, but we can certainly do that. You're a long-standing stream watcher, so you get a certain degree of special treatment. My point being that all of this can be kind of tweaked and adjusted. In fact, we could even fool with it using like some kind of Airwindows thing. I'm trying to think of whether I've got something handy that would do that job well. And I feel like I don't want to do like, so here's my classic EQ, and it is all set to goofy settings. But if we fooled with this, and it seems to have a low pass and high pass built into that, but that's probably fine. And moved it up to being on top of monitoring 3, and then rolled it again. So here it is without the EQ. Here it is with a little EQ. We can use some of these techniques like boosting the highs in the right kind of way. I'm looking at what the distribution looks like. And then likewise, we can add bass to it also. Quite a lot, really. It's not going to do the blue dots, but we can bring up the amplitude of those bass sounds. And it's typically not going into clipping even then, but we do have a post trim. And then we can back it off a little bit because we gave it more than it needed to. But just fooling with it in this way we can get it into a zone. So would you be interested in hearing this in the upstairs mix location? I'm tempted to say we're just going to do that, actually. Let's not have it loop. Yeah. Because you feel better about it now that it is not a... now that it looks like it's doing its thing better. So up we go. Coming. Give me a second. I did still turn it up a little bit. Alrighty. So that's a few little changes that were made. All I did was I boosted the highs and I boosted the lows and I boosted the volume of it a little bit. But that doesn't really change the internal balances of it that much. So even though it's like all lighting up with blue lights and you feel better about listening to it like this, I didn't actually have to do that for this to be valuable. The changes that I made aren't really changing this window into the sound, because this is doing a window into the sound having to do with it sitting in an acoustic space. So one of the things that I'm noticing and it's a little tricky because there's earth-moving machinery out there throwing subs in. The snare / clap kind of sound, that is strong. That's at the point where if you wanted to, you could back it off a little bit, as long as you didn't back it off very much. That's an available choice for you. And the ah sound is coming through very strongly in the real world ambient part. The distortedness of the keyboard part is also coming through. I'm going to do a thing. I'm going to go down, turn that EQ off so we're hearing it as I got it, and then come right back up. I just turned the EQ completely off and I just turned it up. The drums sound better this way. The balances maybe aren't everything that it could be. I did have to turn everything on. Yeah, those drums sound better now than they did. snare is kind of extremely intense. But I like the kick better now. I like the kick better now than when I fixed it. It's not loud enough. That's still a problem. But as far as the tone and the behavior and the way that it moves, I liked it the way that you had it more than I like this. More than I like what I did with it, rather. So that's interesting. When I'm doing mixing, that's the kind of thing I'm trying to think about. Like, would it be about just bringing more like lows, or am I looking for a feel? Like, listen to that kick drum now. Going flap. There's a texture to it that I lost when I changed it. So if I could have that kick drum sound with the snare to be quieter, that would be what I would want for something like this. And then the drums in general, apart from the snare, are balanced a little weak against the chord and the voices. But I mean, you hear it too, right? All I had to do was turn the whole thing up. I'm happier with this than with the stuff that I did with it. And part of that is just doing less processing. Like, I was just throwing the first EQ that I had on it. But there's a better texture on things the way you started it out. So bear that in mind. Your instincts are serving you well in certain ways. There were just some stuff that had to be corrected. I would be correcting this not by what I initially did, if I had access to all the little details, right? If I had access to all the little details of the mix, which you maybe don't because it's a sample based. What I would be doing is finding ways to make the hat be maybe a little bit more toppy, not the snare though. And I would be trying to turn up the kick drum pretty much all by itself, but without significantly changing it. And the lows, that's actually a bass guitar in there somewhere. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. See, when I put a bunch of bass boost in there, it just made the kick drum take over everything, and I couldn't hear what was really going on. So what you would do, if I was able to do this from raw tracks, because sometimes you'd be making something like this and you will be building it from the raw tracks rather than a sample. I would be trying to turn the kick drum up so that that little thwack was stronger relative to the snare. And I would be trying to turn up that bass guitar because it is not very loud. And that would produce the sound. Anyways, let's head back downstairs. Alrighty. Yeah. So that was quite interesting. As much as you went, oh no, let's not hear it, I don't know about that, and I'm going around fixing it with EQ, and it turns out what you started out with in many ways is better. The fixing with EQ wasn't actually making it better. The whole thing is just a little quieter than it needs to be. But on the other hand, it has some stuff going on with it, you know. it might be not going for full intensity, but that's okay too. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, it's a break. That makes it more well, let's keep playing a little bit longer. And I'm also bearing in mind, if anybody else wants to throw stuff in, remember how I did a plugin that was able to isolate very specific low frequencies and boost them? I'm going to try to remember what the heck that was now, because it's not going to be in recent effects, because it's been a while since I've investigated this one. I think I've got it called weight. So let's do a little fishing expedition. Here we are looking at meter and listening to the sound. I'm going to turn it right back down to its previous setting. And weight is this really narrow little boost in the lows. And it goes from 0 to 1. It's not a dB oriented thing. So what we're going to do is switch monitoring over to subs only, and then start fooling around with weight. You can see that it goes from 120 Hertz down to 20 Hertz. This is a way to manipulate individual elements. Now let's add weight. Okay, that's strong. That's at 70 Hertz. Below that, you get nothing. We can do much higher frequency boosts. See, if we picked low frequency boost, it's just going to kind of throb. Just going to kind of be huge. So when doing a boost like this, we do not want stuff that just makes it go mumble, mumble, mumble. We're looking for what we call areas of power, using a tool that's very good at isolating stuff. So when fooling with it like this, we can fish around with these rumbly noises. But if I look a little bit higher, because it is actually not the deepest of tracks, this. I'm trying to find a frequency where the kick drum feels like it's hitting aggressively. This sort of thump there. And I can use subs only, to kind of dial it in. See, this is an alternate way of going about doing the thing I was doing before. And now if we go back to listening to the track, and we've got the weight boost taken out at the moment. And we enable that. And that's widened it up a little bit. Again, I take it out. And put it in. And what I was doing there was isolating a particular spot using weight so that I could expand it upwards. It's still on the dark side. So let's play with something else too. A fairly recent thing that I did was put out Air 3. And that's using the common filter stuff and doing pretty much nothing else. So now we've got weight, bringing a little bit of that extreme depth in there, and then we've got Air 3, which we've got to just about neutral. And that's using the same thing that I have in Stonefire, and the same thing that I'm using in, although mind you, we're working at 44.1K, so that limits what it can do somewhat, but probably not all that much. We probably can still work with this. So if we do slew only, we can kind of quickly get to a rather aggressive sound. We don't necessarily want anything that aggressive. Ooh, also, check it out. I've got it in the wrong place. That's why it's not showing up. There we go. Now let's hear what we got. So now we actually see what I'm doing rather than having it happen after monitoring. And now if we add anything to it, we'll put it back to the beginning again. That snare is the first thing to distort. But you'll notice that other lines in this area are pale. They're balancing with the brightness. So if we set it up like this, because part of the missing element to this is that it is on the dark side. So now we've got it set up. Well, bear in mind, this is what I have done with it. This is air band on the highs. And we've got everything a little aggressive here. I'm studying the middle meter. And now that we've got this, another thing for headphone people and stuff, like if you don't get to do a mix track in a proper location, we can go back to peaks. Peaks is to some extent going to show you what is poking out unpleasantly. So what I'm hearing from this right now is we've got a little bit of unpleasant too loudness going on, and I'm hearing hi-hat very plainly, and then that snare is coming through too hard. Also, this will be showing up on what we're doing in weight. Like if we take both of these out, peaks only is not giving us anything too excessive, but then we turn the weight on. We can find the point at which point the kick drum and bass jump out together and start saturating things, start becoming too excessive. And then same deal with the air. We can go at a stroke from the hat being not there to the hat being too bright. So we pull it back. And in so doing, we can use my old school tools to dial in an area where even though we're doing peaks only, even though we're doing an intentionally bad kind of mix, we're doing a mix where it's not actually very good. It's the peaks are constantly always jumping out, being a little bit too distorty. It's meant to sound like, I don't know, DBX going wrong with different stuff popping out. Not just always the same thing popping out, but all the different kinds of things popping out. And it's meant to be a little bit too aggressive dynamically. And then we go to the normal sound. And we're going to go back upstairs and check out what it sounds like upstairs. I'm getting out exercise at the stairs, geez. And so I'm going to say that worked fairly well. The difference is, rather than using just sort of an older parametric EQ, I'm doing a couple of very specific things. I've got a really tight peak boost in the super low bass. And it's actually around 80 hertz or so. It's not even the super low bass. Because I'm not that interested in the rumbly, shaky stuff. I'm interested in accentuating the definition of that kick in the low frequencies. needs to go punch rather than just being a giant rumble. And that's where I added energy. It also helps the bass out a little bit, but it's so tight that it isn't actually hitting any of the bass notes. And then the other part is using Air 3 rather than just a general EQ frequency boost. And I was cautious with it. Rather than pushing too much, I used slew only and I used peaks only to hear whether I was adding too much highs to those hi-hats and things. And with the combination of those things, it kind of dialed in. So I mean, you can start at the settings or whatever. You've got these plugins too. I'm not using anything that anybody watching this doesn't have, because this is all part of the Airwindows library. It's open source, it's free. But yeah, listening to this in the upstairs monitoring location. It's cool. It's cool. It's coming together. I will head back down. Turn on my fan. And here we are. All in all, very neat. A funny side effect is that the choices I made around those various things ended up in giving me one of those drums are producing 6 dB transient peaks over the body of the sound, which I consider to be a pretty optimal amount. So that's kind of neat. I didn't actually intend to produce that effect, but that's how it ended up, so that's cool. I think there was somebody else kicking around. I think Leander, was it? It was Leander, I think. Patreon message with the drive link. Alrighty, let me attend to that. And then it will send me an email, also on Gmail. Item shared with you. So it is in fact okay to play this on a live stream, yes? Because this is it. It is? Okay. If you're sure. Alrighty. Let us see what we got. I may set this playing and then go off and make a cup of coffee. Oh, nice. Looking forward to seeing that. Just saying, I need to go and make another cup of coffee. Ah, fair enough. Alrighty. Well, in that case, I will do that. My first hearing of this will be from the kitchen where I'm making coffee. Back in a bit. We're just gonna get this playing.
Bad for me, darling. this. I'm not the type of guy. Go out looking for a new chick. That ain't really my style. But Cupid's got me acting foolish. So baby, tonight I might slide on over, turn my phone off, give the apple a bite. I mean peach, she a super freak. Got me sweating straight, forgetting fundamentals of speech. But this intro to your body got one conclusion. Baby, I'm losing some control. Can't tell it, you know. Just to get a taste, I sell my soul. Slap my granny in the face and call her a hoe. Said you're moving at a state, my bag's ready to go. Temptress in that sundress, you my empress. Let your love rain down. Never head first, don't care if I drown. Morning in the morning, such a beautiful sound. Girl, you bad, and it feels so good. I stay here forever, baby, if I could. I know it's wrong, but you feel so right. Forget about tomorrow, let's live for the night. Taking my time to hold you down and love you patiently. Ain't no way around it, I can lie. I'll be waiting for your love, so baby, bring it back to me. Back to me, back to me. But darling, you're too bad for me, bad for me. That should be bad for me, bad for me, bad for me. Darling, you're too bad for me, bad for me. Oh no. She bad for me. I think about her every day.
I'm still making coffee. Should be done before terribly long, but this is quite interesting that I'm hearing in here. This one's going to be real interesting to go upstairs and hear what it sounds like in that option.
Casually, I think about her every day. Yeah, we texting, can't wait to see the next thing that she gonna say. She got that electric energy, but I guess in all the games she play. Oh yeah, she tempted, she bad for me, but she gon' grab my ass and say. She said I've been thinking about you. Oh, now I can't get you without my brain. Oh, I don't wanna leave your location, and I'm feeling more frustration now. I can't see nobody else the same. Been taking my time to hold you down and love you patiently. Ain't no way around it, I can lie. So I'll be waiting for your love, so baby, bring it back to me. Darling, back to me, back to me. But darling, you're too bad for me, bad for me. Say it one time for me, now should be your bad for me, bad for me, bad for me. Darling, you're too bad for me, bad for me. Oh no. Oh, she's trouble. Big trouble. Yeah, I don't usually do this. I'm not the type of guy. Go out looking for a new chick. That ain't really my style. But Cupid's got me acting foolish.
Alrighty.
So baby, tonight
Took 10 minutes, but I got there.
turn my phone off, give the apple a bite. I mean peach, she a super freak. Got me sweating straight, forgetting fundamentals of speech. But this intro to your body got one conclusion. Baby, I'm losing some control. Can't tell it, you know. Just to get a taste, I sell my soul. Slap my granny in the face and call her a hoe. Said you're moving at a state, my bag's ready to go.
First of all, well done. It's just really cool. It's one of those ones where it's like, yep, this person absolutely knows what they're doing. I think I scared away some of my watchers there, but I don't care. let's see now. So first things that we see are the extremely good balance everywhere. The words that come to my mind are Nani's New Jack Swing. Is that off base or is that in the zone? Because what I'm seeing there is that vocal group and electronic sequenced backing and the slickness of it. Not totally fair. Because it's not really like I'm a prog rock guy, so I don't really know from this stuff all that well. But I am really liking how well everything balances. One of the first things I wanted to do was hear how this balances in the alternate listening location, but I haven't actually listened to it straight across yet. So that is probably, let's take a minute and check it out using meter and all. And I will move the selection to the start. And yeah, I guess what was giving me that idea then was the electronic elements of it. So it sounds like that would suggest you don't necessarily want to, is Prince a word that clicks with you? You wouldn't necessarily want to be accentuating that kind of stuff. Maybe you're looking for a more old school vibe than that, maybe? Because, I mean, the New Jack Swing thing is very electronic and processed. And it's very 80s and post-80s. Maybe I was jumping to conclusions there simply because this is being done in the modern day. So it's really hard not to have some of that popping out. Let me know what your intentions are with the track, and let's give it a roll listening to it properly. Anybody else who wants to hear it not through my vocal mic is out of luck. Go and buy it when it comes out. Haha. Immediately, really good control of all of this stuff. Also, do you mean for it to sound auto-tuned? Like the little drill there. I like the vibrato bit in there. Fair. The little filter stuff is a good alternative. It's a good variation on what's going on there. I'm basically wondering to myself, if this wanted to be bigger than CE, what would have to happen? The vocal stuff sounds very good. To the extent that you want it to sound natural, that's a question. So it's possible to hype these voices up slightly more than this. So this is not as much slamming the limiter? Because I'm going to guess it's not. We're definitely going to check what this does upstairs. As you know, I have the subwoofers. Yeah. I mean, you're very close to like 2024 levels anyhow with the bass. The thing is, the bass is really strong, but there's other stuff that you could have being louder and more intense at the expense of having the bass dominate. There's a certain amount of restraint here. I'm also noticing one thing right away. The thing I'm noticing is you've got a lot of percussion, but you don't have a lot of additional instruments. There's a lot of vocals, and that's absolutely correct. There's the super big rumbly kick drum for the genre, that's also correct. There's a lot of percussion. Everything sounds fantastic. But if you were stepping in the direction of some of the Hit Factory folks, like, you know, they saw the S. Aiken Waterman folks and so on, usually there would be more in the way of additional rhythm instruments. Not even so much leads, but definitely along the lines of hooks. But rather than simply only having percussive elements, you'd be having little horns or clavies or something going ticket, 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 and they would be doing the same sequenced thing. But it would be further reinforcing the chords and background of it without all of the rhythmic elements having to be percussive. Also, all the rhythmic elements seem to be variations in hi-hats. I'm not hearing. The next thing I would like to do is take this up to that upstairs listening position. I would like to do that because I think it's going to be really interesting hearing which parts come, because we're starting with something that is really well mixed already. This is really good as far as what it's trying to do. And I don't know that much about the genre, but I know enough about it to know that this is in the, I want to hear what's sticking out when I take the whole shebang upstairs and we go to that little corridor. This little corridor. We go to the little corridor and hear what this sounds like up there. I'm also going to turn it up a little bit while I'm at it. So let's do that. Here we go. This should be good fun. I thought that might happen. Those voices need to be as strong as the bass whoop up here. Also, there's that upper, like that's the overtones on the voices, like they need to be a little more hyped. From up here, it should still be kind of illuminated in the vocal tones. It's kind of not. It's kind of like it's literal people down there. But the vibe, the aura should project. sounds very natural, but that's not necessarily, it wouldn't take much. Again, the whole thing is really, really, really close. You hear the slight overtone? Just a little hint of sort of 80s shimmer and sparkle on those voices. There could be a little more light in those vocals, a little more attitude. Because from here, it sounds so completely natural that it's not balancing with the tone of the rest of the song. And you can kind of hear how the low frequencies are really kind of taking everything over just a tiny bit. Not much. It's all really close. Also, I can hear that there's a bass in there, and it is struggling against the kick. So they need to merge a little more than that. And I know you can't, that kick's doing a job. It has to be doing the thing that it's doing. It's just that it can't capture everything. And there's those keyboards. Oh, got it wrong. So I was expecting. Those keyboards also could be a little bit more attitudinous, a little more hype. Also be careful of having their hype all be in the same place. When I'm mixing stuff with console X, I'm always looking for separate places for the mid-range or the treble to poke out. You wouldn't want the hype on that to be exactly the same one as the one on the vocals. They should be poking out in slightly different places. And I'm thinking all of the sounds need to have there, and also I haven't mentioned the hats. And that would be because the hats are kind of vanilla from up here. I'm not getting much of the sense of sparkle. I'm not getting much of the sense of their attack. That's the distance. You have to be careful, especially if you're doing things like mixing on headphones and getting hyper-focused and stuff. You got to be careful, which is why you mix from different positions. Because it feels like all of that really high percussion was dialed in sort of just right, but care was taken to make sure that nothing was too glittery or hyped, and it's costing you from up here. I mean, those little track rolls and stuff, that could poke out. There's no reason that couldn't poke out to ceiling. So yeah, there's spots. Everything could poke out and be hyped a little tiny bit more except for that kick drum. The kick drum is the only thing that is going full blast. There's nothing really that you could do with it other than make it longer or shorter, and I'm going to assume that it's meant to be doing exactly that. But it's interfering with that bass. Like, why is doesn't the bass have more lower mid range? The bass is like trying to do the same thing that the kick is doing, and it works, but you could absolutely have more. You could have more lower mid in that bass when it's going. Yeah, I would recommend that. It could the bass could have a little more of a nasal tone to it. It could be doing the low mid thing a little more. That's a nice little thing. Nobody's here. And there it is again. Yeah. So let's head back down. I haven't seen any of the chat. You might be having all kinds of reactions to this. But this has been informative, hearing what sustains through up here. Yeah, so here we are again. Yeah, that's interesting because the original revision, if it's that the hats were too bright, I would say that given the balances, you would have overcorrected a little bit on that. The thing that strikes me the most, I think, is the way in which the kick is extremely dominant. And that's not necessarily a wrong thing, but it can be mitigated. Like, you can have the kick be that dominant and still have a little flexibility to do other stuff. The thing that was jumping out for me was the old, it's like an old rock style trick of bass gets to have lower mids. It gets to have a little bit of a nasal tone. It gets to poke through a little bit so that you can hear what it's doing. And that would make all the difference here. I think it would be fairly common for somebody to have the super lows being that sustaining kick drum. And then because I don't even know what that bass is. For all I know, it could be like an FM synth, which is literally making another sign. It's a little hard to recognize what it does. And it could be a matter of, if it's a synth, because it could easily be a synth, shifting the balances of it somewhat. Balances of whatever elements are making it up. If it's in fact it isn't, I thought it might be. So it depends upon just what kind of thing it is. I mean, we played with a previous track adding a particular effect, namely weight. And weight gives you 120 hertz, which is not quite as high as you would have, but it's definitely higher than the kick. So if we play with that a little bit, and I do have to move it up to where it is above this, understanding that it is the bass and the whole thing is already a bit louder than I would want, so adding more is not going to be necessarily comfortable. But let's play with this a little bit and see, even though we're adding it over the entire mix, which we don't want to do, warming up the bass, let's find a part where the bass is doing something audible and see whether we can pull it out with a peak.
She bad for me. She gon' ride my ass insane. She said I've been thinking about you. Oh, now I can't put you without my brain. Oh, I don't wanna leave your location and fit back for me. Oh no.
Definitely a little concerned with the bass mixing with the kick.
Oh, she trouble. Big trouble.
Also, when you go, oh, she trouble, big trouble, that could be a lot louder and brighter. Not in the sense of high frequencies poking out, but in the sense of like upper mids. A little interjection like that works kind of like the rock track Shine On You Crazy Diamond, when you've got like a laugh snuck into the mix, and you've got the singing, and then you got the guy going, it also happens in Dark Side. And the presence of that's carried through mid-range, sort of your telephony upper mid-range kind of thing. Not in the sense that you put a telephone filter on it, but in the sense of when that happened, right up here.
Oh, she trouble.
The oh, she trouble. That could have more of that mid-rangey hit that you get off of telephone vocals, because it kind of pops out of the mix in its own distinct way. It's not as locked to the groove and the tempo of it. And it is in time, but it's kind of, it pokes out. That is designed to poke out.
Oh, she trouble.
That needs to poke out with slightly more of an edge. Well, here's the thought. The idea was to have that part feel like you're talking to a friend, sort of hushed. That's legit. But the original expression, like, so here's the question. You're doing that. I think it successfully did the thing. It successfully did the thing where the expression was hushed like. Do you hear it from like it was across the room while the band is playing and everything? Or do you hear that sound as if the person had snuck up and was more in your ear with it? Because hyping it up a little bit, making it be like suddenly that sound that is not super loud in the mix is, however, poking out like it's a little closer to you when everything else is still going on. And whoever it was saying that, who they didn't want her to hear it, step closer. When I do the mixes in Console X, and everybody's going to get Console X eventually, discontinuity is part of every track. And the whole purpose of that is setting things farther back or closer up. So that would be a isolated track where whatever the other vocals were set to, they could be set to various dynamic levels. That one I would bump it down so that it was claiming to be 70 dB, the quietest track there. And what that does is everything gets its little envelope of fitting in with the sound of the mix. Everything gets its little volume level, which is how the louder sounds can sit back. But then you throw in something, the one that I was doing the other day, there's a guitar where I wanted the guitar to sound sort of more like a little pig nose sound, and a little small guitar rather than a giant huge guitar, and so I set that one down to very low. I set that one down to discontinuity of 70. For a mix where you're not using that on everything, the way to do it would be to let the mid-range poke out a little tiny bit more. And we're still looking for a bass part to fool with, so hang on. Like those background vocals have some of the same tonal quality that you would use to have it pop out a little bit more. Having that there makes it more like the person's in your ear. And that's a sound that I often don't like, but for an element like that, that's exactly what it needs. Just not in the specifically telephony kind of voice, but let there be a presence peak there. Let there be a mid-range presence peak there. And anyway, so we're trying to find... Let's loop that. Yeah, that is actually still too low. Excuse me. 120 hertz is still too low for what I'm talking about. So let's get rid of weight and go try to find something else. What might be good? I mean, I know I can just pull out a biquad filter, but I'm wondering. Resi Q. Let's see what we can do. And I'm going to see whether I can't tighten that up a little. So notice what we're doing? That's distinctly, also we're not seeing it because I haven't placed it correctly. Here we go. You're correct. So now it is before meter. Back to the beginning. If we take it off, here's where we started. If we add the mid boost, I don't think I can go any farther with this on the full mix. What I do note is that when I fool with it, I can dial it in to where it's lighting up the rising line just all by itself. Unfortunately, the problem with it is that it's not all by itself, is that it has that kick drum in there and it has a full mix. But the point I'm making is that it should be possible to bring kind of that zone into there. I wonder what, we got other sections where it's playing something. It's such a tight little boost that it doesn't really do much to anything else. And it's probably high enough to not touch the kick. Yeah. Oh, let's loop that part. I like that part. What do we got? A little annoying, but we've got it soloed now. So we start as this. Now, one of the things ResiQ is doing is it's ducking everything else out. But you can probably hear the area I'm talking about. Listen to what's happening to the pluck on the bass. You could sneak that in there, and it would free up space for the kick without having to turn down the kick. Just some of whatever that frequency ended up being. I don't really go by frequencies, I go by tone and sound. And that is using ResiQ as a super tight sweep that's taken everything else out to do this. Yep. I think there was even a zone, like I think I was moving it while doing this, so. That's not the boost, Max. Yeah. So that would accentuate all the neat things the bass does without having it merge with the kick so much. Because merging stuff with stuff is good, but then there's also a place for, like, the trouble with the kick, and it's not a problem. The trouble with the kick is it has no pluck whatsoever. That kick is just there to rumble for some time after the drum is supposed to be hit. It has no other purpose. It really just kind of sits there going for a while. So you need some of the pluckiness on that bass to be able to fill up the whole area. Oh goodness, no. No, don't remove the kick, man. You can also see here in the zero cross meter where larger is louder, and like this is why definitely don't remove the kick. Like, it's doing really well. Whenever it hits, we've got blue optimal balance everywhere. That is a correct thing. But when you've got a cluster of loud stuff happening down here, this is no longer reinforcing a beat very well. It's just kind of a... And I'm not at all sure we've actually monitored this using any of our tools. Peaks only. you turn on peaks only, it starts making the coloration of the green line basically means if it is going green, you're on target for being able to do commercial success with the thing. It is not too hyped to be turning people off, but it's got enough going on that it's interesting. If the green line starts going blue, that means those are the moments that are really exciting. It's actually good to have that too. So it aims for green when it's like, okay, you've dialed it in. This moment is doing a good job of commercial potential. And then it will go blue if it's like, and adding even more excitement to it to the point where you might want to balance it out. If the line stays blue, it'll start going up to like AA level or whatever. And what that means is very cool for like a cult hit or whatever, perhaps a very amazing, awesome song, but it's going to be a little bit too intense for a mass market. And I see this as being aiming for a mass market. It just feels like, yeah, this should be a big hit. Heaven's sake. So speaking of it being a big hit, we're going to check out some of our Monitoring 3, or any version of monitoring will do this, options. And we're looking at peaks. And what peaks is going to do is accentuate stuff, and if stuff becomes excessive, then it will go all distorty like we're seeing. And what we're getting basically is everything is balanced really well, but the impact on the hats is going to pretty much go away, and the kick is going to start interfering. And what you would want here is, if there is like gnarly, crunchy stuff going on in there, it should be distinctly rhythmic. It shouldn't just be confused. Again, it is really close to being exactly dialed in. So that tells the story that on the peaks only, it's still hanging in there and being really well balanced. It's just that the low frequencies are fighting. If the bass had more in the way of that pluckier, more focused upper mid-range stuff, less of that would be happening. Part of the reason it's happening is that the bass is going down to exactly as low as the kick, and there are times when they fight. Meanwhile, in the highs, I think what we're going to find is that it's mostly all about the vocals. So we've got certain percussion hitting really loud. Again, it seems to be entirely all hi-hats. Also note that the clap, snare kind of thing is also hitting exactly the same as the hats. So that's like everything is hitting like a hi-hat in the highs. Everything doesn't need to hit like a hi-hat exactly the same, and they're all right up as loud as they can possibly afford to be. But there's the occasional thing like the little drill hat thing that shows up that is actually softer than that. So it's an interesting thing. I had been talking about how the hats probably needed to be brighter in order to be heard up in the upstairs listening location, but I don't know. Yeah, I just heard the little trrr, and that's quieter than the other stuff. I feel like it would be good if there was a little more groove in all these high frequencies that are going tick, 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 all pretty much the same. And let's check out what the subs do. Well, the subs start out by doing absolutely nothing, but we are quickly going to have them doing something. And this is also, there's something worth noting here. When it steps aside away from the kick and the bass happening, nothing is causing anything even remotely anywhere near the subs. There could be elements in here, like rhythm elements, keyboards and things. Like I mentioned, the whole Syke and Waterman thing. There could be stuff extending a little bit lower than that. Oh, you don't necessarily want to humanize the hi-hats. It's just the amplitudes and attacks and things. They could have a little more swing to them. I don't know. I don't want to... This is not about me making up all the reasons for why a thing should be. But we are going to observe how the subs work here. I feel like that could be hitting. This is subs only. That's my high. That's my. Yeah. So, perhaps a point of observation. Mind you, I can turn it down to my usual listening volume, which is this. This is what I was talking about. This is subs only. Make up your mind. It doesn't know whether it's the kick or the bass. That's a concern. Because you see, this is actually a very good observation. If you can do something about this, it'll help a lot. And it could be a matter of just minor balancing. I mean, what I would do is pull back the bass on the bass and give it more of that plucky upper mid bass. And then maybe you don't have to change the kick that much at all. So much of it is really close, but then when we start doing subs only, at what point can you not hear where the beat is? Because that's important. It's a delicate balance. And the downbeat, that is still very blurry. It's like there should be a pretty distinct hit on the front of that beat, perhaps just the envelope shape of it. Like it could be an envelope shape where it does indeed sustain like that, but you don't necessarily have it hitting and then staying at full volume for the entire thing. It could have a little hint of a decay, just so that it can hit harder right at the front and then sustain without turning into a blur where you can't tell where it starts. You should be able to turn on subs only, even when doing something that is bass heavy like this. It doesn't have to be clean, like pulling it back until under subs only these things don't cross over. I would probably have it so that these things, the red and the black, meet in the middle. They'll meet at like 6 dB, and that'll work out fairly well. In fact, I can even, let's experiment a little bit. I have got, let's see, H4 Hermipass. This is a high-pass filter. If I put it in front of all of this stuff, we can modulate how it hits on pretty much everything. We don't need to have that high of a slope. So let's hear what we can make it do if we did sharpen that, or at least pull it back a hair. So trying to dial it back just by making it a little quieter rather than when it's doing this. Because it's real easy for it to not have any distinguishable, like no beats in it seems bad. Let's jump back to one of these sections where it's doing a lot. So if we turn on the high pass, which is taking that level down, and like you see, we're trying to make the attack hit exactly as loud as it was before, but pulling everything back pretty gracefully so that it still ends up hitting super loud without the blur. A mastering engineer might, in fact, Hermipass was designed for a mastering engineer. A mastering engineer might do this kind of thing for this reason. They only have the 2-track master and they're trying to clean it up. They're trying to make it hit more dynamically and communicate what the bass is trying to communicate. For that matter, we could also bounce back to peaks only. And when we go back to peaks only, now that we've tightened up the amplitude of the lows with this a simple it's a particular kind of high pass. And as a result of doing that, it's no longer doing this. High pass. In fact, we can even emphasize it a little bit more. We can let more of it in. So trying to hang on to as much of that as possible. And so that's a case of using a mastering high pass that's capable of being a subsonic cut, and we're attempting to use it to tighten the lows on it. And again, this is all about hitting in peaks. And let's boost it a little more than that even. So that we have as much of that still poking through as possible. In no way do we want to make that bass go away. We're trying to make it hit right. So I'm dialing it back from this, where it's sustaining more, to where it's doing much the same thing. Again, this is with peaks only on. It's not a natural way to listen to the sound. The point being, we are letting peaks only be on so that it heightens the blur and sort of interference that the bass and the kick are doing with each other, for the purpose of trying to dial it in so that there is no less lows than it started out with, but we're trying to disentangle those two things. Having done that, we can go back to the subs only, and it should still be unreasonably huge, but probably with a little more in the way of dynamics on the bass. Like it should still be completely bombastic, but it should not be blurring quite as much. See, it's still too loud. It's meant to be. So we're trying to hear those individual kick hits and the individual bass notes rather than just a sort of sustaining blur. And having done that, let's switch it back to listening to it properly at full volume and heading upstairs to the listening position to see what we've just done with the audio of this thing. Because we've just done a very small, tiny change that a mastering engineer might do if it wasn't working properly on their subwoofers. And it could have made a good difference to the sound. I'm going to boost the levels a little bit again. And upstairs we go with all this. Excuse me. So let's see if this still does what it must. That's the question. So there are fair questions to ask here. Like, one question is, are we losing anything that you actually want from not having it be just a sea of rumble under there? Because what we've done is we've isolated the bass and the kick now. Without remixing, by the way. That double kick there came out better. Boom. Also, it balances with the hats better. We just took down the deepest of lows and everything else gets a little more space to breathe that way. So one of the things you want to think about is how would you want somebody moving to this? Because it matters. Like the stuff with taking the super lows out, the mid lows get more punchy that way, and it'll make people move differently to it. Lows are still blending with each other a little bit though, but it's the basic idea. Now let me head back downstairs. Yeah. So yeah, that is quite interesting. So we've got a very different arrangement of stuff going on here. One thing about it is it's letting the mid-range elements show through a little bit more. Also, without knowing it, I have aligned it more closely with my notion of what optimal balances would be. I didn't actually plan that, but what we have started to see here is the basses are going to -12, and the kicks are starting to try to poke out to like 6 dB over that. Again, my ideal for that kind of stuff is basses going to about -12 or maybe a little tiny bit hotter for intense extra resonance. If you had more low mids in there, then they would be even more clear and articulate while doing that. We currently don't. And then the extreme lows with the slight additional attack that I wanted to see on them would bring it up a couple of dB, so that these double kicks like boom there would poke out up to about 6 dB, the 6 dB down line. They can't all by themselves, but maybe that means I'm just trying to make it into a rock mix, and which is not optimal. But I do feel that the amount of impact that could be got out of the mix could be stronger on the back of that. Also bear in mind, whenever fooling around with this kind of thing, the balance of all instruments is really important. So you can have something that's a little bit dark, but if you have a bunch of weird hats happening at the same time, the combination of all the things can converge on a key moment. I am not sure if, like, how muscular would you want this track to be? Does it need to rumble bass bends? And be careful not to overcompensate. Remember how you were trying to deal with the hats being a little more bright, and then you went and the hats ended up not. The danger is overcompensating. The amount of change that I've made to this is very minimal in order to do this much. Here, no change. Change. Out. In. Hermipass is not doing much here. One of the things it's doing is similar to everything you mentioned. So if the bounce is most important, tiny amounts of all the things you're talking about, but be careful about, rather than reducing the tails on the sub kick, it's more about manipulating it so that the attack of the sub kick is a little bit more intense. The sub kick feels like it's not hitting with the special impact, it's just sustaining. And the bass is there to do the sustaining. The bass is there to do some sustaining, even with a little bit of the mid bass, the mid-range tone in the bass, bringing out the pluckiness of it. That would also give a little more articulation to the tone as it sustains and as it does things like pitch bends and so on. It's doing a lot of cool stuff that should be heard. But in adding that mid-range tone to the bass would also lift it up a little bit from having its extreme lows. See, using the high pass on the full mix is causing both the kick and the bass to be just a little bit lighter in the super extreme lows. And that's relevant because part of what needs to happen with the bass is a little bit more in that mid-rangey area, the sort of nasal area. And then the sub kick is clearly just a sign. It's clearly just the thump zone there. And the high passing is more or less doing nothing other than pulling back the amplitude of all of those things just a little bit. And it's just a little bit. It's really not very much. But it's enough to disentangle there's another issue as well, which is it is a high pass. So if it's barely engaging with those notes, it's still a high pass. So it is still effectively filtering interference tones as those notes combine. Because you got bass notes and subkick notes, and you've got both of them going down all the way. That's a bit of a problem. There were certainly moments where I heard the bass note playing a note that was down at the subkick or under, and the fundamental was completely, very much large and in charge. And it's guaranteed that if you have two bass notes that are both super loud, they will clash, and that will produce ring modulation, meaning there's going to be a higher note coming in, but there's also going to be a lower note coming in, and using the high pass artificially subtracted that lower note, and that's part of what cleaned it up. That's part of what made it so that it was hitting on, like, if I was doing a mastering job of this, and we could even, like, here, check this out. So we can take this final waveform and see what it looks like with the high pass added to it, because we have not seen what that looks like. High passes have other effects. They can even create larger peaks on things, so this might make the peak amplitudes go up. Do an apply. Close out of there. And now we have more of a divergence of amplitudes. If we go and look for our hottest peak, it's going to be like here. Our hottest peak has actually gone beyond the limit now by doing the high passing. And it's on the onset of a note rather than in the middle of a note. That's how that worked. Technically, it wasn't making it quieter, but the amplitude of it will have gone a little bit quieter because we were doing a high passing. We were lowering the RMS value of all of that stuff. But the peak energy went up a tiny bit. I wonder if I can normalize and have it actually go down. I think it's the floating point value. Maybe not. Let's find out. Oh, okay, so that did in fact normalize to where here's our new peaks. So we applied a high pass, and in applying a high pass, we cut back some of the loudness and boosted other loudness. And now it acts like this. Let's check this out a little bit, because that was just a high pass and then we normalized. We normalized so that none of the new bass peaks were clipping. So isn't that interesting? We just applied a high pass and it kind of rescaled everything. It was just a high pass and normalizing it again. Well, bear in mind that one of the things that happened was in the process of doing that, we turned it down. That's part of that. And none of the remixing ideas were done. Only thing that was done was the high pass and renormalization. So the question becomes, is the bounce better? I am now wondering if I could boost the low bass. That'd be kind of crazy. I can't speak for anybody listening over just my vocal mic. Bear in mind, all I did was a tiny little high pass that you can barely notice. I did a tiny little high pass and then I renormalized it, because doing the high pass causes the cutoff frequency to poke out a little bit more. We actually ended up with headroom as a result of that. We ended up with quite a bit of headroom. So what I'm wondering now, if we have headroom, can we use it? Will add an effect.
I don't usually do this. I'm not the type of guy. Go out looking for a new chick. Oh, she trouble. Big trouble. 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 Oh, she trouble. Big trouble.
I keep forgetting to put the thing in front of all of the controls. Let's put that back.
Oh, she trouble. Big trouble. 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 But I can't stand all the games she played. Oh, yes, she did. She bet for me. She don't have my essence. She said, I've been thinking about you. Oh, now I can't shoot about my brain. Oh, I don't wanna leave your location, and I'm feeling more frustration now. I can't see nobody else the same. Been taking my time to hold you down, to love you patiently. Ain't no way around it. I can lie, so I'll be waiting for your love. So baby, bring it back to me, darling. Back to me, back to me, darling. Too bad for me, bad for me. Sing it one time for me, now show me you're bad for me, bad for me.
So if we were to apply this, we've now added a bass boost at 43 Hertz. And having done that, we can check it out on things like peaks. Ooh. Also, this ain't moving now. Oh, I know why. So it's all very well me applying that, but I need to open the thingy again to make it respond, which is easy enough to do. Here we are. So this is high passing it, and then adding a boost at 43 Hertz.
She said, I've been thinking about you. Oh, now I can't shoot about my brain. Oh, I don't wanna leave your location, and I'm feeling more frustration now. I can't see nobody else the same. Been taking my time to hold you down, to love you patiently. Ain't no way around.
And remember, I had an observation about how I wanted to see a little bit more in terms of the sort of hype and edge. And there's a fairly typical thing I can do with stuff like that, such as throw Air 3 on there and see what, if anything, we can get away with there. So let's play with that a little bit. And it's pretty regular. We've kind of got a lot of that going on. So we more or less have to live with it. There's not as much variation as I would look for there. I just felt everything could do with a little bit more hype. So basically what I'm doing there is allowing some of these slew peaks to be quite aggressive. The thing is, the way that's working, although I'm making the treble attacks excessively aggressive, what the meter shows is that they're balancing with RMS loudness. The darkness of those spikes goes black if it's an unpleasant sounding peak. But we don't have that, do we? We're basically replacing everything with a lighter shade of a high frequency peak and doing that with it. So if we go and apply that, and we have to restart it again. We end up with the thing like this. So now we've done a series of things in the lows, but we've also really lit up the highs across the board. The middle graph is the slew peaks. The middle one is the slew peaks. So the little spikes that are produced, that's all about the treble attack being too loud. When they're drawn in red, it's because the top one is already distorting. But the lines that are not the red lines actually, just for laughs, let's bail out of here for a moment and inspect this waveform again. Because I believe what has ended up happening is, because of our high frequency stuff, we're now like intersample peaking again. We're going to have stuff where it's clipping. What does that mean to our normalization? We can normalize to 0 again. And exactly the same thing happened. This is now our hottest peak because it's being combined with newly heightened high frequency information. So the concern here is like every step of the way that we're dialing it in, but then when we normalize, it causes it to turn it down. So this could be getting transformed into something that works great, but your guys there who are already unhappy with how it's not louder might not be entirely thrilled with it. So we might have to drop this at some point, although if you've got a place to upload things, I would be happy to give this back to you if you want. But it's a free Chris from Airwindows mastering without ever actually planning to do that thing. What I'd like to do, however, is check what we've got and whether it's gone into a place where it's making the meter perform properly or whether I've missed something. And I'm also interested in going and listening to it upstairs again. I can tell you one thing right away. We can add AD clip 8 to this. Because granted, it's clipping, but we've taken the whole thing down like 360 dB in apparent volume, so something's got to give. Before we do that, however, I want to take this track upstairs. Let's hear what this one sounds like. We'll turn it up even a little bit more. And let's hear what this one sounds like, because I have a suspicion about this stuff, and it might not help you with your guys. It might, although this is converging on already being exactly right for streaming. This is converging on being exactly right for streaming, but it's a challenge for, your guys. I want to hear what this sounds like in the upstairs monitoring test. So let's do that right now. Let's see what we got. Yeah, that boost that I added is making the low note honk. So, oops. I suppose it's possible that you want the low note to honk. So a little more attitude and everything because of the boost. thing about the lows is it's more directed. It's like doing melodic things and following the bass line rather than being a continuous rumble. So there's that. That did happen. Like on a really big system, this would become apparent. There's a particular kind of throb it can do. There's that low note again. Yep. Okay, so that's been interesting. So there's a picture of us doing these various things and then renormalizing it each time. And the high passing and treble boosting that we did gave more peaks than we initially had, to the point where it started to converge upon what a streaming surface would not turn down. Like the RMS versus peak, the LUFS thing of this, it's effectively cheating an LUFS meter. It's effectively making the impact and articulation of the sound strike its way through the LUFS meter and have more of an effect than it would otherwise have. We're trying to replace bass fat with muscle. That said, there is something that can still be done, and I'm going to leave it alone, I think. And that would be something a little bit like this. I'm going to return to the beginning of the track. So here's AD clip 8. Now, one of the things that AD clip 8 is going to do is AD clip 8 is going to cut back on some of the vertical spikes in the slew meter. AD clip 8 directly addresses some of that stuff, so it's going to be stepping on intersample peaking to some extent. But what I'm looking to do here, and we're leaving the ceiling, we could pull the ceiling a tiny bit back, but we don't have to pull the ceiling very far back at all, is add just a little bit of boost to compensate for the fact that we've dialed everything down. Like these blue peaks should go right to the top of the meter. And let's see if we can do that before moving on to other kinds of music or grabbing another coffee break or who knows what. Let's see what we can do. See, it's restricting how much it can do. So the purpose of doing this, apart from the fact that 80 clip is going to restrict the high frequency peaks from being too extreme, although it's making them all be the same, unfortunately, but that's basically fine, is being able to bring the blue spots, which are the perceptible peaks that are actually doing a good sound, up as high as they'll go. So at this point, we are not actually, I mean, this isn't technically clipping. We can perhaps pull ceiling down even. We can pull it way, way down.
Oh, she's trouble. Big trouble. Awful. Now, I don't usually do this. I'm not the type of guy. No, I'm looking for a new chick. That ain't really my style. But Cuba's got me acting foolish. So, baby, tonight I might slide on over. Turn my phone off. Give the apple a bite.
So what that's doing, it's applying a ceiling enough to stop the red spikes, which are the peaks actually going as high as they can, but we're still pretty darn close to maxed out. Also, we are turned up very loud, so I apologize for that. I'll turn it back down to normal levels. And we're doing a thing where we're boosting until our blue spots on the loudest peaks of our sound, we're giving it a good 3 dB or so, which is what one would normally consider to be the amount you could add to a reasonably loud mix in mastering. So this is effectively the loudinating stage after all of this, but we've revised and reinvented more or less everything, up to and including the fact that 80 clip 8 does this restricting quality on the loudest high frequency peaks. So we boosted them and then we're cutting them back again.
I mean, Peach, she is super freak. Got me sweating straight for getting fundamentals of speech. But this intro to your body got one conclusion. Baby, I'm losing self-control. Can't tell you no. Just to get a taste, I sell my soul. Slap my granny in the face and call her a hoe. Said you're moving at a state, my bag's ready to go.
Damn, son. Slap your granny in the face?
Let your love rain down. Have a head first, don't care if I drown. Morning in the morning, such a beautiful sound. Girl, you bad, and it feels so good. I stay here forever, baby, if I could. I know it's wrong, but you feel so.
This is not one of the louder parts. See, blue spot right up at the top. Oh yeah. No, it's the genre. See, if we were doing this as a full-on mastering session, it would be all in a chain, and I wouldn't have committed all these things. You'd be balancing a whole chain of this stuff. And see, there's peaks in there which I'm clipping off using 80 clip 8. That's all those little red lines. That's clipping right there. But the moments that are producing the blue dots, I am still trying to make those go as far to the top of the meter as I possibly can. Like, I don't see a lot of utility in having mixes where there's like faint little peaks that aren't these things, but they're not maxed out. So that's kind of the idea there. And if I apply this one, Now I don't actually want to renormalize it. Now what I want to do is leave this the way it is because it's done a thing of maximizing the volume as close as I can get it. So what I do here is hit save. And its new name is CJ Master because this is me doing a mastering on it. And let's see now. There's a folder that I can drop a file in, and here you go. That ought to do it. So I am actually quite curious as to whether your guys like it or not, because I feel it's very possible that if they're loudness war guys, they'll be like, no, I don't like that. That's acting completely different from what I expected, but it's acting completely different from what they expected. And that would be my take on trying to do that kind of thing in a way that brings more muscle and less flab to the groove. So I guess find out. Let me know later on whether that ended up being something that you guys liked or not. But yeah. And I'll call it a day. So it is 12:20. I'd like to go and make myself another cup of coffee as long as it's not too late in the day. Having done that, once I do that, maybe it would be fun to go into some of these Chic albums and see how those shape up on Meter. Because it's been 100% fooling around with listener music, and I'm quite happy with that. But there were still other things for me to do today. And this would be one of them, editing this list of tracks. But we'll start with some random thing or other. I know, I'll throw in, let's open up Pentagrammatical. And get that playing. Yep. And I'm going to go and make, probably it's going to be my final cup of coffee for the day. And then we'll get into some editing of stuff. For now, now that I come to think of it, putting this stuff on for chat does involve me fiddling with this. Alrighty. entirely sure what that sounded like, but I can find out real quick. I was playing this. Great fun. Great fun. So, and have a good lunch, Leander. So here is what we're thinking about. I have all of these to divide down into individual tracks like these. And these are the ones that I've done. Up to this, the most recent one, that was the one that I posted on Wednesday. Debbie Boone, you light up my life, because somebody wanted to know, what's the deal with all of this and why doesn't your stuff apply to soft music? And it does apply to soft music. That's what I demonstrated. And so we've got that one waiting to be evaluated and this one waiting to be evaluated. This one is not going to be relevant because this is just a piece of music off of a weird, obscure record. I would be a little shocked if this was Content ID. So this is what this was. So the idea here is direct to disk means they didn't record this to tape. So it ends up being kind of intense. I may have. I'm not sure. I can find out. Do. So one of the neat things about this is if I do use meter on it, it has a very large capacity for high frequency sounds, although this is not a spectrogram. So I've switched over to here. So the jazz band being recorded direct to disk, there's more of a capacity for capturing a high frequency sound. And so we have our little scattering of peaks down there in the bottom, and it goes up higher than you would expect. I wonder if I have some kind of spectrogram available. Probably not. More's the pity. I used to use a 2-track thingy that gave you that. It was the thing called Amadeus by Martin Harrer. And I not have that right now. I suppose it's possible that, no, I don't think so. I was just saying, I thought it was possible that it would show me. But no. Oh, hang on. What am I talking about? I absolutely have something because All Voxengo is going on. So let's see. Ooh, that's no good. Let's fix that, shall we? So it's recorded at 96K. And we've got all kinds of information clearly going on all the way up to the 30K or so mark. So direct-to-disk recording. You can pretty much see what the audio is doing. And it's lovely and clean because no tape noise. It's a very low noise recording. But it's a nice little example of how, in terms of audio, I wonder if I can do anything with block size. So we can get more finely grained stuff going on. And if we go and look at this average time business, here is a little picture. There's our background noise of our system. Pretty sure this is me plunking the, I'm cleaning the record and stuff. So in doing this, we have a lovely little picture of supersonic information coming off of a vinyl record very accurately. It's extremely obvious that there's musical content over 20K. There's a banjo in there, there's a drum kit, horns, and it's always very obvious when I could have recorded it at 192K and it would still have behaved itself in such a way that it was showing real data up there. Sounds like this. So there you have it. That's one thing you can do. Maybe I should go and re-record that at 192K. Just to be annoying to people. Well, some people. It wouldn't be annoying to all people. It would be annoying to some people. Also, it was just mentioned I could measure Blackbird. Well, may or may not have that, actually. I do have mellow stuff. I may or may not have Blackbird. One of my challenges there is my copy of the White Album is a vintage copy. It's a numbered vintage copy. Unfortunately, it's not the cleanest in the world. And so it's all crackly and unpleasant. And I don't like that. I got Cry Baby Cry. But yeah, these are organized in terms of A rating. So these are all the ones that are high rating in terms of excitement meter. And the first one that we see as a big hit is, in fact, we can work it out, which is BB. There weren't that many Beatles singles. A lot of these album tracks didn't come out as singles, or didn't work out to be enormous giant hits. Anywho. So after our morning of delight, we are over to doing some editing of stuff. And I'm going to maybe just put this on the desktop, and I'll deal with it separately. Because that's not going to become... There's no special reason to run me to run that. Because I know what a jazz band is going to do. It's going to be a lot of sounds that are working out pretty well along those lines. It will tend to be able to go brighter than you technically want, because it's not really doing a sense of distance. It's doing a sense of immediacy and upfrontness, because direct-to-disc recordings are good at that. This stuff, on the other hand, I can get through some of these though. Let's do that. This is Same Old Song and Dance. By Aerosmith. And I did not have this track before this point. Down, 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 down. Another case of wobbly record lathe. Like, this wobbliness is not there just on my record player itself. But I feel like there are record lathes which can exacerbate that. And we'll do a little pop and clicker removal. The ones that we can spot easily without having to even listen to them, because they are poking out where they don't belong, like that. Knowing that this Aerosmith album is a darker album. So there was our start. Here's our end. Now we do a little normalization. Do a little looking for peaks to see whether the peak is... Yeah, and look at how loud this goes too. It already goes quite loud. Beginning was real quiet, but the end gets real loud. We normalize the whole thing to 0. And let's go through and meter these things while we're at it. Because we're going to save this as Aerosmith's Same Old Song and Dance. But that doesn't mean we can't measure it while we're at it. Aerosmith has a tendency of having a big, beefy, high in star quality sound. This is 1974 Aerosmith. By 1974, it was very possible to make stuff bright and excruciating, but they never wanted to do that. Aerosmith tended not to like the really bright mixes because they were into the Rolling Stones, you see, and the Rolling Stones tended to not go for bright mixes. And so it's drums heavy, it's bass heavy and guitar heavy. It's just a beefy rock band sound. And that's one way of distributing it. And the reason it's easy for that stuff to come off as loud, you can see in the very bottom meter, that being the zero cross meter, we've got a nice dispersion of sort of beefy mid-rangey sounds. Ooh. Do you mean the thing I put on when I went off and got coffee? That track is called Pentagrammatical. So it's definitely a synthesizer track, but it's based off of funny time signatures. Yeah, that's one that I did live on stream. There were about 2 people there. For a while there, I was doing music jams on YouTube and had my heart set on like winning an audience doing that. It never happened, but I saved some of the music. Meanwhile, this is Aerosmith that did a really good job of getting fans. And as we can see, they're getting almost as exciting as Debbie Boone. I'm joking, of course. Arguably, they're probably going to get to be more exciting than Debbie Boone. But the track that I just put out got up to like a BC level, biggest of hits level. Oh, yep, they are more exciting than Debbie Boone. Woot. And it was entirely down to the singer's sonority and passion. That it's seemingly a very bland track, but don't underestimate the ability of the human voice when singing out properly. There's a zone that you can get into where it's just lighting up with those blue dots. You can get into it that way belting rock vocals. You can get into it that way with breathy female vocals with a lot of highs on them. The Beatles tended to do it through belting. They absolutely got into the same tonality. But Debbie Boone is doing it through sort of gospel-style singing. And that means we have a AF rating. But that's not the only thing I've got off of this album. And we'll throw it in there for now, I guess. Because we got something else. Something a little special. People might not know about this one. I know about it because I grew up near Boston. Aerosmith is a Boston band, and I grew up in Lexington. And so all the rock radio over the time were very excited about Aerosmith because they would play out. They would play they were in my area. So I was in sort of Aerosmith's home turf. And that means I've heard this track before, even if maybe other people have not. It is their version of the heavy rock standard Train Kept a Rollin'. And they really... And it's live. So we'll fade out the cheering and check it for pops and clicks. Nope, but that's the peak is a musical peak, not a click. I don't think there's any clicks here. I was lucky that way. And we'll normalize it. Sounds a little bit like this. This would be fun to put up. It would be fun to put this up immediately after the Debbie Boone. Which is not to say that I will, mind you, but it would be funny. So let's see. Selection, move to start. Effect stacks, content peak. And yeah, live Aerosmith is quite something. They really rocked your socks off. They were an incredible bar band, for one thing. But you'll also notice that the sound of this band live is a really good hit record cloud. I'm just saying. I would be a little surprised if this one didn't manage to make it up to A rating. I know that every time this came on the radio, it was time to stop doing anything else and listen to it. Rock out. It pretty much ticks all the boxes for like live rock and roll mayhem. It's about as high energy and intense as like the Yardbirds, Led Zeppelin. I had made a recording of Beck's Bolero. Come to think of it, I don't think I've measured that, have I? There's the thought. Maybe I should go and do that. Now that I'm doing these, might be a good idea. So this is a longish song too. It really kind of goes for a while. And it's more or less, basically it continues onwards through the first part. And then it kind of stops. And the drummer starts doing this drum rolling. And the guitar does this multiple string lick that sounds like a train whistle. And they just keep building up, and then the band bursts back in on a sort of double time thing. And they're off. So this would be along the lines of them in that zone. Let's see how far over... Oh, that's not even the one that I'm measuring. I'm measuring this one. So there's the drum roll. The drums come in at better. The guitar comes in, you can see it here. So, and then they're off doing another complete rock and roll meltdown. The dynamic ranges can kind of ebb and flow here. Like you can see the size of the cloud, but this is not a mix move. The fact that it bursts up and goes down like that, it's partly that the drums are able to vary dynamically. The guitars are, distorted amps, but distorted amps doesn't mean that they're locked to, they're like dirty tube amp kind of sounds, meaning that you can make the strings push them to be louder by throwing different stuff at the distortion. And even the bass guitar is the same kind of thing. So what you end up having is the rock band sound that can be distorted and solid and up to, X amount of loudness, or they can sort of bear down, push harder, and make it go even louder than that. And the the differences in texture of that are part of the, it's part of the genre. It's part of the genre. It's very much not a, looped programmed thing as much as it is the ebb and flow of humans interacting with each other, which is one of the neat things about it. Shows up in unexpected places, like on the Led Zeppelin album Presence, there's Achilles' Last Stand. And in that one, you can more or less hear John Bonham run out of energy. It's hard to believe, but it's true. It goes on for so long and it's so demanding that Bonham kind of flags and is not playing as loud at the end as he does at the beginning. It's a similar thing with stuff like this, and it's if you listen to like live Allman Brothers, the Mountain Jam on Need a Peach, or Whip and Post on their Live at the Fillmore album, you end up getting a really wild dynamic range, which this is not. This ends up being loud and staying loud pretty much. But the Allmans would go from incredibly quiet to unbelievably loud, and with a lot of range for additional loudness. And there we go. So that was that track. I'm going to go and do Beck's Bolero next, I think. But that's another AF. It's like right to the edge of A tier. A classic track. It's truly a classic track. So I don't need that no more. Let's move this over to where I can get at it. Drag those over to there. I haven't really labeled these things for which ones are super hit songs and which are not. Might be worth doing. Here is The Sound of Philadelphia. It is the theme song to Soul Train. So, now that I've got that loaded up, we're going to run this as well. Because I would like to see how that measures up. I bet it's going to do just fine. Yeah, also, if anybody was intentionally waiting until I had finished wrestling with Leander's track, and would like to get into more of the... Oh, what's going on? If I clicked on the wrong thing? There we go. I clicked on the wrong thing and I made meter go away. And I'd rather not make meter go away because I'm trying to use it to measure stuff. And this is an interesting little observance here as well. This is not unlike a Trevor Horn mix, in that there's a lot of stuff going on dynamically. It's super unreasonably dynamic, in fact. We've got regular peaks way up at the top there, but then the body of the sound is like 6, 12, 18, 24 dB down mostly. And then our drum hits are the regulation 6 dB or maybe a little tiny bit more even. And it's a formula, because this was a formula. This band were sort of like the Funk Brothers with the house band for Motown. This was the house band for Philadelphia International Records, if I'm remembering that correctly, which I think I may be. It's the sound of Philadelphia soul. And it's very sort of orchestra-y. It's very Muzak-y. But you see it sort of cruising along without a lot of drama. It's so lacking in drama that it's far from throwing blue bits into the line. It's so lacking in drama, it's barely stepping into the green zone. But this band was noted for how that worked. That they were just this very mellow background to your day. About this album, all of the tracks are like this. Every single one is like this. It's all very bland and mellow. It's pretty sounding. This is a pretty sounding sound. I wouldn't go so far as to call it the most exciting thing in the world. But then, the theme song for Soul Train, it's all very well and good. But leave it to the stars that show up on Soul Train. They can be the ones that are exciting. This is the theme song to Soul Train. It's Muzak for soul, basically, is what this is. And we politely fade away. At a CF. And that's legit. I find that completely plausible, that this rated a CF. And now we've got one that I'm a little curious about and may or may not need to edit some clicks out of. Oh god, yeah, that's a click. I may need to renormalize it afterwards. Definite click. Other clicks. That is not. So that's a striking waveform, wouldn't you say? It's a kind of guitar waveform. That's probably a click. No? No, it's not. You see, another thing about this, Beck's Bolero is a bit of a famous track. This has like a superstar celebrity list on it. You got Keith Moon on drums on this. He played so hard that at the middle of it, he hit and killed one of the microphones. And from that point on, it was only the cymbals. It was only the overhead mic that he had. But then all the guitars got so loud after that point anyhow that it didn't matter. Not the cleanest sounding track in the world. But if I'm not mistaken... Oh, that's a click. I'm looking to see what else might be something I should edit out. Because that most certainly is. It can be hard to tell because you got stuff like this, like that's a real waveform. You can zoom in on it, but it might be more like there's the high frequencies there. It's a really aggressive track, this. As such, it's hard to tell what bits are record clicks and what bits are just part of the sound. Like, it's hard to tell which is which sometimes. There's another bit that's clearly another part of the attack of the sound. It's a 1966 recording. This is very old, but it's 1966 recording of some of the greatest rock stars ever as they were starting to come to their full powers, making the loudest noise imaginable. And that probably gave us, let's see, is that a click? Nope. That's Keith Moon melting down and making incredibly loud noises. It just makes the waveform freak out and go all over the place. And so that's legit. So the rest of it, it's not actually clicks. Those are peaks, effectively. It's peaks we're looking at. And this one, I'm going to do the content hide so it's making a noise. It's just I'm not willing to play it all the way through. So, for anybody who is here, enjoy little snippets of what this noise was about. I probably will be able to put this on a time list just fine. It's just interesting how it works out. It's also close to mono, but not. Really, hang on a second. I'm not sure that's right. Yeah, it might be. It's 1966, so the panning might be kind of strange. It looks like bits of it have converged on centeredness. Beck also says he invented the heavy metal riff on this song, which is a plausible claim. Because, 1966 is a mighty early time to be making some of these noises. Like, you didn't have they were the first people to discover fuzz boxes. It's a very influential track. And yeah, I think I'm correct here. I think the bass guitar is on the right, and that's why that's so much heavier than everything else. But yeah. And it works its way over to an abrupt ending. So BD and this amount of density for a 1966, repeat, 1966 song. That's the part that's kind of unusual. This is back in the days when it was like Duane Eddy and crap, and you didn't have this level of density of sound. It's a metal sound, but it's 1966 metal, which is most unusual. So we're going to call that BD. And it absolutely doesn't count as a hit. It's too obscure. But these do. A little Robert Plant. This one snuck in and sneaks out. So we'll start it there, fade it, we'll end it here. And then we'll look for some peaks in it and see whether they're real sounds. That counts. And we'll normalize it. This one. We're going to check out the behavior of this one. It sneaks in like it was U2's With or Without You. Just slowly building. Although it's partly just a fade. It's not like they are really fading in through playing intensity too. A little bit they are. And it's 80s Robert Plant. Funny thing about this album, and I stuck this album in my main record collection on the grounds of, yeah, that's cool enough, I should hang on to it. I'm not gravitating to any of the rock stuff. Only stuff that really interests me about 80s Robert Plant is this stuff where he's doing this really chill stuff. He just had this ability, working with people, of making this very spacey thing going on, and this is an example of it. It's cruising through its stuff, doing its thing. And there's your cloud of peaks. And again, characteristic of the 80s. The 80s is really when they were able to bring the brightness up to where people were quite satisfied with how bright their stuff was, and bring the dynamic range up to pretty close to DAW levels of dynamic range. Like, if you bring the correct sounds, it's not that difficult to get this style of sound going in the DAW. It doesn't take nearly as much processing as it would if you were trying to get a more 60s style of sound. That would require a great deal of saturation and manipulation. But not so much this. The thing about it, though, is if you were doing a DAW style thing in this way and you didn't do anything to manage stuff, what ends up happening is you have the hottest peaks way higher than that. So you end up with the one that I saw a little bit earlier, where the one in the MSFB one, where the hottest peaks are way higher than everything else, and then there's a cloud, sure, but the cloud is all distributed lower in the peak energy meter, rather than filling everything up evenly like it's doing here. And it's better to have stuff filling it up evenly like it's doing here. It's better to have that even cloud of peaks, and then your drums are doing exactly what you see there, which is 6 dB above the body of the sound. But that's RMS. Peaks are constantly going on. RMS fluctuates in the way that you see, but the peaks have to be constantly present. That's how you do the thing of putting on a song and understanding within an instant, within a second, oh, hey, I need to listen to more of this. That's how it's done. It's peaks that register that sensation. Otherwise, it would take longer to know. I am also wondering a little bit whether I would like to do more pitch corrections on my vocals this afternoon. Could be worth it. That could be worth it. It is doing pretty well as far as not being unbearably hot and unlivable in here. This is another one of those hot days. Hot days of July. You know, on Tuesday I screwed up really bad. I'm not sure if I told anybody about this one. I'll tell a little story on myself where I screwed up really bad. I love my tacos, as you know. And so I had set up the oven to cook the taco shells, and I got ready to do all of that stuff. Cut up my tomatoes and lettuce, and I got out the cheese to defrost, all of that stuff that I do. And I made my tacos, and they were wonderful. I typically do that while watching an episode of Hell's Kitchen, because I've been watching episodes of Hell's Kitchen while eating. I mean, it's better than Kitchen Nightmares, because Kitchen Nightmares will make you throw up. But I've been watching that. The reason I think I am so fond of the Gordon Ramsay stuff is it's an angry authority figure, and he's not yelling at me. But when I have finished cooking all of my taco stuff and go off to eat them, what I typically do is crank on the exhaust fan above the stove and open the stove, which has been running at 350, so that it can cool and the exhaust fan can pull the air out of the room. And especially on a really hot day, that's useful. One small problem. I did all of that, but didn't remember to turn the stove off first. So my kitchen became the larger sized oven. And I got back to it after I had finished eating the tacos and go, okay, now it's time for me to wash my dishes. Oh no. It didn't hurt anything. Everything was still fine. But I was like, this is literally the opposite of what I was trying to do today in keeping everything cool. This is literally the opposite of my intention. So today I'm going to see whether I can do better. Today I'm going to see whether I can avoid doing incredibly dumb things. And that's one of the more harmless, incredibly dumb things I could be doing in the kitchen. But I do not wish to do that particular thing again anytime soon. So, In the Mood by Robert Plant, CB rating, which seems legit. In fact, let's start saving them to the correct place to start off with. There we go. I think both of these are hit records, but I'll get back to that. I will look up the hit record level of these things. And this is another track. This is Big Log. This was a big radio hit in my day. I remember growing up and having the radio going, and this would come on. It's like, oh, yep, that song again. I know this one. Great sounds on it, too. It's got some really good sounds. It's got a click. Where's our hottest peak? That is a musical peak. I'm not sure I see any clicks and ticks in there. It's a mighty sustainy song, so it's a little hard to tell. And it's towards the inside of the record, so it's more protected from picking up random surface noise. Usually that's on the outside edge of the record. Great sounds. Let's measure this. Let's proceed to measure the Robert Plant hit. I think I have a tendency to start wearing out at the end of the day because of my posture sitting and talking to the microphone. So interesting thing about this one is it's absurdly chill, but I don't know whether it's going to measure as that. Oh, hey, Joseph Perkins. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this ended up in Deep Vibes territory, but it's an 80s track and it's got Robert Plant on it. He may very well lift it up really far with just a few vocalizations. It's very possible. Because when he sings, we're probably going to see it on the meter. Like stuff like what we just saw right there, probably a vocalization. Actually, we can do bit shift peak. Also, since it's Robert Plant, he's the loudest thing on the album, most likely. It's that star quality thing. It's like the loudest thing that you put in the mix is going to come across as the star of the album. It's more or less how that works out. And yeah, we're going for B territory. We're going for biggest hit territory, which is predictable. I'm not surprised. And that is clearly Robert singing. Him singing is what lifts it up that way. But the density of the arrangement is definitely leaving as much space as possible. These long pauses in here. Also, interestingly, he's a drum machine guy today. It's very definitely one of the older drum machines. It's like the kind that was on the Phil Collins track. Bida-boom-boom. Back in the day, it was an interesting challenge for people to learn to play with that stuff. Some people were fine with it, and some people had more trouble with it. But it demanded that everybody come up with a new way of interacting with music. Like Phil Collins described the drum machine thing as there's this implacable, implaceable, just relentlessness to it, that it's doing its little bum thing going on, but it just will not waver and it will not stop. So you play along with it, you need to be on top of your game, because you then have to synchronize with the relentlessness of whatever very boring rhythm the drum machine is producing. And this early on, they didn't groove or anything either. There was no swing, there wasn't anything. It was just a bit. As I expected, this is keeping the density extremely sparse, and that's why this is registering at such a low level. It got up to BE, and it might even try further in the end section. So, Joseph, I will ask you one question. If I wanted to replicate the vibe of this Robert Plant track, how might I go about doing it? I could study the sounds, and then I could study how it reads on the meter and design my own stuff to duplicate that. So there's a direct applicability to it. But there's a whole other thing, which is, see those blue spots? Nobody knows how they work. Those are peaks. Those are what people these days spend all of their time limiting and clipping off. That's the real point. In fact, if you were to go and listen to this song on Spotify, none of that would be there. We're looking at this stuff the way it was originally experienced, back when audio quality was better. And the distribution of the peak energy is really significant. So I am going through and documenting where all the peaks sit in all of these tracks, where normally people would be familiar with the gray area in the top meter, which is where the RMS loudness sets, and would be mostly interested in whether that gray area, never mind this stuff up here, whether that was more squished and flattened or left the way it is. But nobody thinks of this stuff up here because they consider it to be inaudible, and it is not true. That's the real idea. That's the point of this research. So we just got through Big Log. BE. Hit save. BE. Interestingly, that peaked out at even higher than In the Mood, which is weird because In the Mood is less legato, but go figure. Surprises like that, those are where things get interesting. And we're continuing to sort of work along with tracks. Let's see what's going on here. Here's another case where the record cutting lathe was kind of wonky. That's lathe rumble. That's not even like my turntable can play stuff like this just fine, and it doesn't make this happen all by itself. But the record cutting lathe is another issue entirely. So we're going to have to zoom in and figure this out. It's literally the track abacab. And here's where the wavering sounds start, and here's where the music starts. And sadly, we're stuck with that wavering stuff, but we'll live with it. It's fine. We'll fade. Let's look for peaks. It's going to limit our ability to do peaks, but that's as fine as we can hope to expect. It's going to cut down the maximum loudness available. In part because I don't feel like doing a bunch of elaborate high-pass filtering. I don't have anything that's really good that could retain the quality of this and also cut out those frequencies. If I tried doing certain of my plugins, they would just add, like infrasonic is not going to fix this all that well. Hermit Pass is my best bet, and even that, not really that great. So that's as loud as that will get, which is pretty good, honestly. It's reasonable. And back into the measurements. So when the record lathe is wobbling like that, you see it in the very bottom meter in the zero cross meter. The bottom line is 20 hertz, and it'll show up underneath that, and has done. Once the music actually, because a thing to bear in mind is like the logarithmic loudness of frequencies. You can have a wobble like that going on, but just because it seems to cover a large area doesn't mean all that much. If you had a higher frequency sound at the same amplitude, it would be way the heck louder. Something like 15 hertz covering an area that small does not equate to being terribly loud. It's actually very quiet. If you're trying to make bass noises, you end up having to make them take up nearly all of the space to get anything to happen. And notice this interesting thing about how the song is throwing a lot of peak energy around. It's doing its thing of trying to be exciting. And this is also another one of those examples of Genesis records where it's completely replaced by the remix that they did for Rhino Records in the 90s. So you don't get to hear this anymore. None of this Genesis you get to hear like this anymore. You're not going to hear it on Spotify. If you buy the CD, it's probably the most recent CD. And all of this, the way people experienced it back in the day, they were a very big deal. Lost to time, other than this that I'm doing. There's other things kind of like that, which I might want to document. For instance, the Grateful Dead did entire mixes of Anthem of the Sun and Oxymoxa that are for like the Warner 7 Arts label, and then they went and did them over again in 1971. For good reason, because the mixes that they did back in those days were very questionable, shall we say. But they exist. You can hear them, and you'll never hear them again. You have to have the original Green Label Warner 7 Arts releases. I have those releases of both of those albums. They are, however, rather dirty. Because, like Grateful Dead records from the 60s, if you can get a hold of them now, maybe they weren't that well kept all those years. Sad to say. Oh, would you like to have a look at a metal track? I can set you up. We can pause and do that if you'd like to see one while we go. live performances aren't necessarily going to help you all that much. Like if you're interested in metal tracks, I can take a minute and I can show you. Name a Judas Priest track. I've probably got it. I went through and captured a goodly number of my Judas Priest records, so I have a good little collection. And I grabbed every single track off of the records that I had because I wanted to see which ones, were the hit tracks and which ones, like if they weren't hit tracks, did they measure similarly, knowing that Judas Priest as a metal band is a distinct sound. Also, notice how big the record wobble is in the bottom label there. The bottom meter is showing the vinyl record wobble very clearly in this section. And this is typical Genesis of the era, is they're sitting around noodling for a while. They got a jam going and they just kept it. Joseph, I would point out that I recorded all of that. Okay, so let me give you, name a song off of British Steel, Point of Entry, or I think Defenders of the Faith is the other one that I've got. We are kind of doing that right now, Nicholas. We're analyzing stuff in meter, and this is a fine time for me to describe everything that's happening. In fact, I'm trying to drag a Judas Priest track out of, it doesn't have to be Judas Priest, but that's like the most metally metal band I've got available. I have their records. And I would not mind showing what that stuff is about. Also, we're done with this, I think. I should actually finish this edit, though. I will finish this edit, and then I'll, like Joseph, if Judas Priest counts, come up with a suggestion. And let's let that go. BA. I am quite happy about certain things regarding Genesis, in that I recently got a cleaner copy. Absolutely, you got it. I have a cleaner copy of Trick of the Tail than I had before. I had this really crackly Trick of the Tail, and that was all good and fun, and I'm in love with the song Entangled off of that album, but I didn't have a clean record, and I recently bought a clean record. So I just recorded it this morning, and I'm going to be re-breaking that stuff into individual songs. Means I'll have a version of Entangled that I can listen to for pleasure listening. And it also means I re-listened to some of the other songs, which on the crackly one I didn't bother with because it was too much of a pain in the butt to edit them together. Because I would have to be editing out all the clicks and cracks. So let's see. BA, Genesis, Abacab. Very good. We'll start with that. Yes, I have got Jawbreaker off of the Defenders of the Faith album already recorded, normalized, ready to go. I don't have to go to any extra work for it. And in fact, it is one of my examples of particular sounds. Firstly, let's see what this is. No reply at all. Okay, so we're going to go through and do some, well, actually, hang on. I can get to that. Look at what we have here. Look at there. That is Judas Priest Jawbreaker. Something else. Check this out. This is Judas Priest tracks arranged by how intense they are. The one you've selected happens to be one of the most exciting Judas Priest tracks according to my meter. Freewheel Burning is another one. Eat Me Alive is another one. Everything else, all the other stuff here, is to some degree a little less intense, like Living After Midnight, pop rock compared to Jawbreaker. Desert Plains is one of my favorites, and I was fascinated to discover that it was a super high scoring one as far as the meter score is concerned. And this would be the intensity ratings according to my meter. And Jawbreaker, I feel, is Eat Me Alive off of Defenders of the Faith 2? I feel like Freewheel Burning is off of Point of Entry. But anyway, let's do it. Jawbreaker. And because in my live streams I'm not playing songs all the way through, we're going to do a content peak. But I'm going to let the content ID peak the audio through. And in fact, I'm going to set it to SWB audio capture. I won't actually hear it now, but you will. Just in little snippets. Here's Jawbreaker. So yeah, that's off of the vinyl record, and it's 80s. This is an album where they did a lot of reverb. There's like a lot of digital reverb and stuff. It's a much more produced album than their earlier ones. And it gets loud right away and doesn't let up. But you'll notice on that top meter, the lines are 6, 12, 18 dB. So the RMS loudness really doesn't get louder than -12. Peaks go louder than that. It's just the density of everything. Hang on, let me hear it. That could be arranged. Also, guitar solos, always Judas Priest takes off for those. They're using up a lot of volume in the mix for that. In fact, it's the guitar solo that takes it up to its highest rating. They are not shy about that. You'll also note in the zero cross meter, it is very dense with a lot of sound in there. Also, here is an example of the ending at the highest possible point. Rob Halford, man. There you go. Little picture of metal that's not modern style metal. This is how it started out off of your vinyl records and what the 80s did to it, because some of their other stuff, I look forward to doing some Judas Priest. Maybe I should do that immediately after the Debbie Boone. That would be awesome. But I am probably going to favor something off of Point of Entry. And I'll tell you why. It's because Defenders of the Faith, awesome though it is, it's so 80s that there's so much like digital reverb and stuff in there. It really doesn't have the guts and the clarity of tone that the earlier albums do. Point of Entry is my favorite for that, although it is said to not be the strongest album, but I'm not sure I agree. It was an album like recorded in Ibiza where everybody was very comfortable, and so they were maybe not taking things as seriously as they should, but I think it's incredibly strong, and the sound of it is just my favorite. It is just absolutely my favorite. And it does all of this, like when you're looking to density of sound and where the peak energy goes and where the RMS energy goes, this kind of thing, you could make it be a little bit louder. We look at this and see that there is just like isolated moments, like this point, something dramatic happened, and it's like 3 dB louder than everything else. So even though they're rocking out like mad, there's still room for a dynamic burst. But you could also just not have that dynamic burst, and everything gets to be about 3 dB louder than this. You could get away with that. It would work. So it's interesting how that works out. That they're using the 80s dynamic range off of the vinyl record to do this extremely thick, lush sound, but then they're also leaving space for, and when you say that many of my modern favorites are super produced and limited, well, this is what it's like when it's not. And you probably heard in the listening to it, that was at full crank, but it is a far cry from what your metal stuff off of modern sources would come off like, because what that stuff would be doing is making everything 12 dB hotter. And all of that, all the distribution of peaks that you see there would all straight up just go away. It would all straight up just go away. So let's close that for the moment, because it has already been measured, and move on to this. No Reply at All by Genesis. Again, sadly, on a vinyl record, which is all lathe wobbly. All the wobbliness in that is, I think, from the mastering lathe. It's not from my vinyl record player. It's just accurately being represented. We'll fade that out. We will look for the hottest peak to see whether it's a click. It is not a click. It's going to be somewhat affected by the wobble, and that's unfortunate, but there's nothing really I can do about it. But this is going to be another example of showing off what dynamic range can actually mean. It's one of those 80s records where it's very dynamic. This is also post Phil Collins solo record. You know, the one where he is using horn section. And so they brought the horn section in for Genesis because they were like, why not? Why can't we use a horn? Let's go and get a horn section. Here is a black horn section. Why can't we use this? Who says we can't work with these guys? And they did. I think that's kind of cool. They ran into some problems with their audience even doing that. Like, why aren't there white people on this stage? And it's like, no, heck with you. They can play with us if they want to, if we want them to. And they did. And it's a pretty lively track. Genesis wrote really demanding horn section parts. They would tend to write horn section parts like they would write difficult stuff. But then they would be playing difficult stuff themselves, so this kind of stands to reason. If we didn't have the amount of wobble on this, it would probably be giving us a little bit more headroom here. Proceeds to become horn. Yeah, fair. No reply at all. When Phil Collins was working with them, he didn't write music. He had to write the horn parts down as sort of semaphore. He would write them down as like lines and dots. And then go, okay, so what I want you guys to play ba 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 da. And they would just kind of have to make it up. You know, they'd be like, okay, thanks, Phil. And then they would figure it out. But the end result was very cool. That said, I will be happy enough to move past Abacab because the amount of wow, the amount of wobble, the amount of lathe rumble in these kind of dismays me. It's kind of lame when there is cutting lathe rumble interfering with literally everything. But you know what you're going to do. If you go and look for the CDs, they're going to have other problems. And plenty of my records are fine as far as having lathe rumble. Like next time I do one that's actually good, I'll show you. It's not going to be this one because Genesis's mastering here left something to be desired as far as trucks going by while they were trying to cut the record. I believe that's another thing that ended up getting a lot better as the 80s wore on. That during the 80s, a lot of these things ended up improving radically. They ended up getting a lot better. But at this time, maybe not so much. So yeah, this has been no reply at all. BF, no reply at all. And I think I got one more. I do. What's this? Man on the Corner. Go goes, there's a lonely man there on the corner. What he's waiting for, I don't know. Oh. And here's another one of those ones, slightly impeded by the amount of low frequency wobble on there from the lathe. But this is another one of those ones where it's one of those 80s tracks with incredibly intense dynamic range. So we're going to see a little bit about how that works. We're going to start with where it starts, which wasn't there. It's another one of those synthesized ones. So exactly the same drum machine as the Phil Collins album. Here it's fading away. And that's a fine place to cut it off. And we're going to fade it out here. And we're going to look for our loudest peak, which is, in fact, a drum or something. It's Phil. So the loudest peak is a combination drum and Phil singing "What He's Waiting For, I Don't Know." So that tracks. Normalize it, and it becomes, oh God, look at all of that wobble. It's horrifying. So it's better when you don't have to deal with this, but we do. And our loudest sound is now more like this. And you can't really hear that amount of wobble because 15 hertz that loud is pretty well inaudible. But it's still messing with our recording a little bit. I think it's called Man on the Corner. I'm trying to remember what this track is called. Oh, I've started it in the wrong place. Don't mind me. But that does show you how loud it is. So let's see. Starting at the beginning with our enormous quantity of low frequency rumble as shown on the bottom meter, which is the zero cross meter. When it's wobbling that hard, other stuff happening isn't loud enough to interfere with the wobbliness, and in fact it's being shown as giant RMS waveforms. So that's kind of unfortunate. But then I am clearly not going to be taking this one and using it at, well, I mean, I'm not put it this way. Let's try something. If I was to add something like Hermit Pass to make that go away, could I make it do it? Let's find out. Let's select an area. We can let the audio peak out a little bit, but now what must we do? Because we're going to normalize it again after this. What must we do to make those giant wobbles go away? Well, we have not made them totally go away, but we have decreased them quite a lot. Question is, how much does that kill the actual bass? Like that's 0.25. So if I cranked it way the heck up, we're taking away literally everything. And that can be seen on the meter because now we don't have any bass at all. But if we let there be bass again, perhaps maybe a little more than this. I feel like, here, let me unhide it for just a moment. Yeah, I can tell that some of those peaks are in fact the sounds of drums as they are supposed to be. So what we can do is lower that a little more until our low frequency wobble begins to try to interfere. See the additional little waves that are not narrow little points? That's the low frequency rumble poking through. And then if we just apply it to everything and then go back and run this separately after we have filtered away the low frequency. Oh, God. Now what? Oh, dear. Okay, how about maybe we undo that? We can undo it stage by stage. Good. Or no, we can only undo the whole thing. Well, tell ya what. If I've used that, it will retain its previous settings. So now we can apply that and then not have to worry about a darn thing. And that has made most of the wiggly go away. So now we can normalize it again. I normally don't like to do this, but in this case that's such a quiet song that it just destroyed it to not do it. And our loudest peak is still fill, but it's a different point because the wobbliness is not interfering as much. And I wonder if I can isolate a bit. So here's the electronic kick drum. And it's still pretty much fine. So Hermé Pass did a good job at that. Now it's time to measure this now that I've fixed the unpleasant ugliness that I did not like. I do not like. And that's a lot closer to what the beginning of the song measures like, rather than the horrible giant wobbles that were entirely, if you wonder whether vinyl records can do things like playback subsonic frequencies, hi, I just established that real good, because that came out of the lathe, and my playback system captured it just fine. I've also recorded Dark Side of the Moon and established the heartbeats and things on Dark Side of the Moon just fine. But it's really the lathe rumble that brings this kind of thing up. It's really more about the lathe rumble. I I think this song was called Man on the Corner. It looks like it's going for an E rating, but it's really not. I don't know how high it's going to go, but it's going to go way higher than that when it starts going. And what you're going to see in the peak energy meter is the drum hits will poke out really high above everything else. Like here we've got it starting to roll. We have louder singing now. Yep. And there's Phil singing loudly. So it starts to take off. Another mellow section. And then when the band comes in, you're going to see a lot more in the way of dynamics. Because the drums are allowed to have a lot of peak energy. The drum peaks are not really very restricted. That is a fair question, Joseph. Typically the thing around, like, here, I'll mention something about this while I go. You may notice that the line that so much of this meter is designed around is showing little bits missing from the middle of it as I go. And I don't know how to fix that. My passion towards development is wanting to be able to make things like these, whether I'm really able to do them or not. And often it will work out that I can kind of get into the zone of something. Like I wanted to be able to draw these, blue dots in these things and so on and so forth. Was I able to do it correctly? Hard to say. That's like maybe I wasn't really able to do it very well, but I was able to do it well enough to try. It's being able to want stuff. It's being able to want to do things like, I should be able to measure this quality of the music that I love, which I feel goes unremarked upon. I should be able to document this stuff so that other people can see what I'm talking about. Let's see, CD Man on the Corner. I'm pretty sure it's called Man on the Corner. Beautiful example of noisy fill. Blue Baggins, I'm pretty sure that would be lathe rumble. I really don't think it would be the mastering engineer bringing anything from the mix down tape, because the thing is, the tape is probably not going to have that on it. The tape will have head bump, yes, but the tape is probably not going to have that. I'm pretty sure a behavior like that is probably going to be like vibrations in the building that the mastering lathe lives in, because it has to be a much larger and sturdier object than a record player. The record player gets to play, gets to do its own thing and is fine. But the record lathe is a much bigger artifact. It's a much more challenging thing. Let's skip around a little bit. Because this one, I know what these songs are. I won't have to peek into it too much, although I think I will have to do a fix here. There's free will, and this is Spirit of the Radio. This will be fun because this is a classic fun thing to watch people react to. Also, I think this is one of the better lathe records. Copy, new, paste. There we go. Like, this is a much smaller amount of lathe wobble. Oh, even less lathe wobble here. Look at that. Like at this stage, this record mastering lathe is sitting quietly and not shaken back and forth at all. I can edit out some of those clicks. Speaking of clicks, this one has some really bad clicks in it. I'm going to have to see which bits of this are unusable. And I can tell, I think it plays through without skip, so I won't have to fix a skip. Yeah. I do not think I have to fix a skip, but I have to edit some clicks out. Here's one. That's a big thump. The nature of skips is such that we can take out a piece this big and it'll still basically be fine. You don't really notice it. That said, I prefer not having that much to deal with. So let's take this one from here. Oh no, that's going to be part of the skip too. So let's take it from thereabouts. Good enough. What do you mean 10cc? 10cc is a band, but I have not got any records by them. It isn't anything grandiose and pretentious like making Google 2.0. That is true. I mean, as far as grandiose and pretentious, it's like, I know how things are supposed to sound and people should listen. And that's fine. That's fine to have a driving motivation like that. Like, listen, idiots, do it like this. Nothing so wrong with that. Ooh, so that's definitely a click. Also, when it's extremely out of phase, that tells you it's surface noise. That is a extremely out of phase thing. That not only that, it knocks things way off kilter. But I leave it with the space in there that makes it off kilter. It will show up in the meter, but I don't want to edit out so much of the waveform. I don't want to like just really take it out. So, is that a real drum hit or is that a click? I think that's a real drum hit. That's just what he sounded like. Here's it again. Yeah, that's our loudest drum hit. Yep. So we've now edited out all of the literal record clicks. That looks about right. Oh, XTC. Yeah, it would not be introduced sine wave to enhance kick drum because it is not associated with the kick drum at all. In order for it to be that trick, and that trick does exist, but not necessarily in this era. In order for it to be that trick, it would stop when the kick drum was not happening. So this should be fun. Notice how instantly with that guitar riff, it's lighting up with the blue dots. Those dots that are like, this is the combination of peak energy and slew energy. And we've also got multiple high frequency spikes that are about as loud as you can get away with. And off we go into the merry old land of Rush. Our drum hits typically are regulation 6 dB over the body of the rest of the music. The rest of the music's body is really kind of very smooth. And that's something that's characteristic of Rush as well. The fact that there's this compressed quality about it. That they tend to have a rather smooth progression of the rest of the music. It's not all choppy like the Rolling Stones. You see that in the evenness of the RMS curve. And it's doing a really good job of making the cloud of dots be there. I'm looking for that cloud of energy. The cloud of energy on the top meter, also the second meter. And another interesting thing I'm observing here is that this track, which we know, everybody's heard Spirit of Radio by now, right? Look at the bottom meter. This band does have low frequencies, but it's kind of an expanded version. This is worth noting. It's kind of like an expanded version of the 1960s/70s mid-rangey sound. It's just widened out a little bit. It goes up a little higher in pitch. It goes a little farther down into the bass. But remember when we were doing the hip-hop boy band track? And you had giant lumps of bass down here? Not so with this. Not so with this. With this one, the amplitude is really evenly distributed. You do not get an expanded bass. And you see that sometimes even in tracks by the Police, which does have a rock band sound to it. Oh, also notice we've gone up to AF already. I didn't even notice it doing that, but off it went. I wonder if it's going to go even higher than that. But yeah, we've got this mid-range equality where it does do low frequency sounds. But it's doing an expanded version of the 60s/70s sound, where on that lower meter, larger dots are louder. And we've just got a complete mid-range fest here. It's really putting across mid-range frequencies quite aggressively, and it's a wide range of mids. A wide range of mids. Some of them are quite bright. This line is 200 hertz. Usually stuff just focuses in here. For a lot of like soft rock stuff, your zero cross meter is going to entirely be made out of under 200 hertz and go down into the bass. This, you can have bass energy, but it's never louder than all the other energy. And yeah, this is shooting for the maximum attention zone. I'm quite interested to see whether it's going to race up at the end of the song, because it's not impossible. It's shown that it's capable of doing it. these areas where the line turns blue and it just goes for being high energy, goes for a lot of stuff happening. Perhaps not. I think it's in cruising velocity at this stage. I don't think it's trying for... I mean, remembering also the super high energy stuff, not mass market appeal. You want to aim for lower if you're trying to impress the mainstream audience. So what happens is literally what we've done here. You've got moments like probably Geddy Lee singing where it's gone good and loud, and by good and loud I mean 12 dB down, and the density of peak energy is so hot that it's ramping up. It's throwing that little burst of blue in there, but they don't keep it happening constantly. They're not doing an AC/DC thing here. So when things are exciting, they let that energy peek through, but most of the time they want to be cruising on this like, yep, cash money to be had. We're cruising on full green and doing the most saturated sense of hit record sound that we can do. And it's really interesting to me how mid-range heavy this is, how well balanced in the mid-range this is. Because there's not that many instruments in this band. And we've also got a constant spattering of high frequency information, just making stuff be clearly audible, but never too distractingly. The amount of loudness that has is always kind of controlled. I bet you anything that's drums. It could even be kick drum for all I know. I've seen that happen. Sometimes the click on the kick drum is poking right through like that. That's quite interesting. So yeah, we have a new A-tier track in town. AE Spirit of Radio. AE Rush. Very cool. It's one of their biggest hits. It's just fascinating to me that this would be the one that goes for, because again, the React people, when React kids watch this thing, they lose their minds and get really excited by the music. And it is a track where they are pushing as hard as they can to do wild, crazy things. Let's do Free Will. Free Will comes next. Excuse me. Sometimes I get tired after these long days of doing stuff, but I'm happy with today because I helped viewers out with their stuff, and I'm game to do more of that, by the way. If anybody shows up and you'd like a little more of that. This is a really good track. Oh, we've got wobble. What's that about? Oh, no, that's gonna be drums. That's gonna be a drum sound. And that is some kind of click or crackle. Yep. So that whole thing needs to be edited out. I don't know whether this lump needs to be edited out. Probably. Okay, this might skip ahead a bit. This is such a big chunk to take out. But that's fine with me. So let's see how well that works out. Actually, that sounds fine. I tend to like to edit out the entire giant record scratch. I just don't want it to mess with the groove too much. Like, see, it's been thrown wildly off, but then if I zoom it over here, I can make there be a sort of tick or pop, but it's nowhere near as loud as the actual record scratch is. Oh man, yeah, my back is I'm an old man. My back gets as wobbly as that. My neck gets as wobbly as that, but there's nothing really to be done about it. It's just one of those things. I consider it worth it. So here's my most recent edit. That's going to be just fine. Also, gotta love some of these drum sounds, man. Look at that snare hit. That's quite an interesting snare hit. So Neil Peart. That's quite a snare hit. Oh, even if that's not, I know I'm going to have to edit it out, so that's fine. There's as good as I'm going to get. More peaks. Oh no, I don't think that can't possibly be a real waveform, can it? Here's the thing, is like this is a Neil Peart drum sound. I don't know whether that's a click or not. That could be a click, and that could be the sound of the drummer. It looks kind of insane. It looks like that can't possibly be real, but maybe it is. What's that sound like? So it could be part of the kick drum's attack. Like if he just obliterated the kick drum briefly. I wonder though. I suspect not. Like that's another kick. Yeah, that would be the kick and the band going. That would also be kick and the band going. It's tricky because this guy nails on the drums so hard sometimes that like a waveform like this is part of the wave. Like you see a spike there and you go, oh, that looks like a click or whatever, but it's actually part of the wave. This is part of the wave, but this is probably not. That spike in there is almost certainly a record click, so I'm going to take that bit out. But you start zooming in and you go, wait, is that Neil Peart? Is that the drummer or is that a record click? And you don't know. You don't know. Let's see if we can make them synchronize up in an interesting way. Like that. There, see, they link up. We can even tune it. A little bit. Twisted Wave lets you do that. Now, yeah, see, you can still hear the click, but it's not a record pop. What else have we got? That's starting to look more like the drum sound to me. Am I right? That's looking like it's part of the drum sound. Let's see what's going on in this vicinity. That's Neil Peart. It's a scary looking waveform, but that's the drummer. That's the drum sound on this album. Free Will. This is one of his most earnestly felt tracks, and so this is legitimately one of the ones where he would beat the living crap out of the drums to make the point. We'll enhance it a little bit. And now we will go through and see how that measures up. Yeah, I mean, rest in peace, Neil. Everybody's mortal. It's a shame we lost that guy. It's amazing. Know some of those tracks by heart. So when the band kicks in, and it's bass and the drums and they add it, it just takes off. And that's what it feels like listening to it. You listen to it and you go, okay, buckle up. We're in for it now. And that's what gives you the feeling. The fact that, we've got the intro, we're taking off, and then the line lights up in this way, and that gives you the feeling of, oh, we're in it now. It doesn't take many seconds of this sound to immediately know, okay, yes, I'm listening to this. This is great. I want to hear more. And it's done through peak energy. It is done through you hearing these loud peaks right up in the top 6 dB and also in the top 12 dB. The whole thing is distributed in the top 12 dB. And then the body of the sound is only 18 dB down. This is LUFS/streaming friendly. But the way that you hear part of a sound and immediately know, oh, hey, this is my favorite song, is through where the peak energy sits. The fact that remember how in some of those other ones, you'd have a spot here and a spot there, and 2 seconds later a spot there. With something like this, it's like, there's a blur of peak energy exactly where you want it during this entire, there is not a moment that goes by where it's not loaded with stuff to catch your ear. I think it's really neat to be able to observe this stuff. And through observing it, start to learn how to do it. Because people have always wanted to do these kinds of things. But is it done by just peak limiting everything and making it as loud as possible? No. You gotta, look at this. Look at this. It's all in the top 6 dB. And during this little moment, and I'm not sure what the moment is, but look at that. It's nuts. It's not just a tack or whatever. It's just this splatter of so much going on. And the volume of everything is mostly 18 dB down, but boom. It's just bristling with interest. It's bristling with musical event happening. When I do a timeless on this song, which I'm sure will eventually happen, you'll be able to listen to that go by as well as watch it go by. This is also one where, one of the things that's happening to cause this fog of peaks is Alex Lifeson's choices on guitar. And that is very worthwhile paying attention to. Because we know how he gets his guitar sounds and how those solos are made. It's a very interesting subject for many people. And because it's a 3-piece, it's a trio, he fills in the space by using things like chorusing and very spacey effects, while there's other synthesizers and bass lines and things going on. There's always a lot of chorusy, flangey stuff going on, making all of their sounds lots thicker than they would normally be. And that's certainly happening in the guitar solos. So we'll have this stuff going on. What happens when you have a chorusy effect, rather than just a single line, is that rather than being just a solid RMS line with a fixed line of peaks up there it blurs everything out. It becomes a lot more chaotic, and the peak cloud becomes a lot more evenly distributed. You don't necessarily get that with just a raw guitar sound. With acoustic space and, ambience, you get more of that. But when you start throwing doublers and choruses on all your sounds, like Alex Lifeson always likes to do, then stuff really goes off the hook there. And what you get is, and we're finished with this one, so that went to BB, which is legit. Rather than just the picture of the chord being hit at the end where it goes boom, and it's this neat little line of peaks that just die down and it sustains and decays, or the brightness going through the range of blue dots into the mellower sounding range of the green dots, meaning there's not that much high frequencies there anymore. In the thick of things, it is a chaotic mess of just all manner of interesting sounds, and the peak energy is not at all predictable. It's very disassociated from a single guitar string. Instead, you can never tell when a moment is going to be like 1 dB down and when a moment is going to be 8 dB down. It's going to flicker around like mad because of all the chorusing, because of all the processing that's happening, while still having lots of sonority, while still having lots of loudness, because as you distort that kind of stuff, it starts squishing it together. Rather than being a scattering of peaks covering such a wide range, the guitar distortion tends to flatten stuff off. So the guitar is bringing into this mix of sounds where the largest peaks are way higher than the regular stuff. The guitar is bringing a centering force where you're able to fill in more peaks in the middle range here, rather than just having, like with the MSFB track, individual drum spikes right up at the top and then everything else is sitting down right at the bottom. Having such a complicated sound go into a guitar amp causes it to fill in this middle range much more effectively. Simple sounds tend to have the guitar peaks be very much in all the same place. But these chorusy sounds, these more mixed sounds, really cover a wider range. So that is Free Will. And it's time to save it now. BB. Looking forward to showing people that one. That's going to go over very well. Yeah, I appreciate the appreciation of what I go through, but my streaming days are about sitting here for 8 hours at a stretch with very few breaks or no breaks. So it is what it is. Let's see what this track is. I'm going to look that up. I think it's Entre Nous. It goes for you and I to grow. Talks about spaces in between. That's the one. We are secrets to each other. Each one's life a novel no one else has read. Just between us. This is the one. I may remember what some of the other ones are, but I know at least what this one is. And I think it bounces around a little bit there. We got some chaos in the recording. So there's a click that can go away. And another. We got some more record lathe wobble. Not super bad this time. We got another click there. And another click there. Even smaller tick there. Well, hang on a second. And one there. I thought I saw one. Easiest to spot these things in a fade because it's appearing against silence. Now let's see whether we have any clicks like this. See how obviously that is a click? It is out of phase. We know for sure that when we're this out of phase, it's a record scratch. But that is not. That is drum. And that is entraîneau. And it is another very pretty. Blue Baggins? I don't know. But this is another very pretty track. So we got that going on. Also notice how that particular, the second big hit there is producing a high frequency spike. That's how crisp it is. So, but for the most part, we're not throwing too many nasty high frequencies around. It's pretty well behaved that way. One of the things that leads to this sounding like a more relaxed song is that it's clustering its peak energy down closer to the RMS. Some of the stuff that was more wild and exciting sounding had way more intense peak energy right up in the top 6 dB. And that's something that's controllable. Like you can arrange and mix to heighten or lessen that effect. You can still push for very high hit record score with the peaks not all pushed up that high. This will probably not go for a super high score. I think it's going to be hanging around in the C or B. Low B would be my guess. Also, give me a sec. I'm going to stand up and stretch a little bit and stuff. You had to remind me. You had to remind me of the pain. All right, that'll do. That'll do for the time being. I should look up some of the record captures that I'm really excited to see what the results are, because some of this stuff I have a pretty good idea what I'm going to get. I want to do all of it, and I look forward to sharing it with people on the timeless releases. But some of the stuff I actually don't know how it's going to come out, and that is interesting. I would like to find out more about that. So a little bit of it is a question of like, which ones actually do have the capacity to surprise me with the end results? Oh, look how we have a noisy bit. What's that? I guess it was a chorus coming on, because we didn't actually get to, it didn't show me any of the sound before it went back into the verse. No matter, we'll hear it eventually. And we are coming out with a result in that I do not think this is going to reach for the skies in excitement terms. So this has gone to a BC, which I think is quite plausible. I think that'll work out just fine. So BC for British Columbia, except for they're not from British Columbia, they're from Toronto. Entre nous. That's the name of the song, right? Pretty sure it is. Pretty sure it is. I feel like it's going to be fun putting out the Spirit of Radio when it's time for that one to come out. That should be fun, because I'm used to people being excited about it. I think this might be the whole song. I don't know what this one is. I'll have to go and find what the... So this is going to be that song, whatever it is. I see clicks in it that I have to edit out. And I'm going to have to look it up by lyrics because I'm simply not that familiar with all of the Rush stuff. But I'm pretty sure that this is the build-up to the song. I hear sound effects starting to show up. Round about here. So I can edit this bit off, but it needs to be at full volume at the point that those faint seagulls appear. What even is the thing? It is another program. This is it. It is the program Twisted Wave that you can get at https://twistedwave.com. And it's my 2-track editor. I don't really know who made this, but I've been using it for some time. I also use it on my antique laptop. There's an older version that works there. Fade that out. Search for some giant clicks like that. Wave go up and wave go down. Good enough. Oh, hi, look at that. So our next loudest thing is literally a drum part. Alrighty, so what songs are on this album anyway? Well, I know that's a click, so let's take that out first. Doesn't even matter what the name of the song is. It's a cool enough sounding song, it's just that I've not sat around listening to this particular record enough that I'm like, oh, I know this one by heart. I know this song's name, so I don't, you know. All the more reason for me to learn what its name is and start listening to it now that I've got it on my computer and all. Make like mix CDs for the car and stuff, including this sort of thing. Oh look, we have more clicks in pairs. The tiniest ones I'm not that worried about because this is super quiet, unbelievably quiet compared, but this one I would like to make go away. It's quite a little crunch of a click. Here's another. Here's another. I mean, it'll still play and it'll still measure, but I expect to actually listen to this for pleasure at some point, and so let's make some of these pops and ticks go away. I do like just editing them out. I realize it changes the speed of the song, but I don't really have any good way of like replacing. I could replace them with silence, I suppose. Trouble is that that would make a double click on entry to and exit from the silence half the time, so not always the greatest of ideas to do that. Oh, and it looks like that's going to be a click. No mistaking it. And so is this. Isn't that a cool little triangle wave? That's going to be created by some natural form of sound, some instrument. It's not going to be a synthesizer, but all the same, well, I don't think it is. Let's find out. Yeah. That's actually a guitar sound. Making that noise. Pretty sure. Yep, guitar. Click. No. No, that's a drum. So that's an interesting kick tone, I'll tell you. So if you can make a kick drum tone do this, the way that's done is the attack of the drum is quite hard, and then it's getting to resonate a certain amount, but then it's cutting off real fast. And this is not one of the albums they did on the SSL console, so that is not being done by a gate on the desk, although it could be. You could do something like this with a gate in mixing. I've built gates into the dynamics on console X for that exact reason. But this is probably not. This is probably a very brief resonance of the kick drum, which then dies away almost immediately. And so it's making this astonishing sound. That is a really interesting Neil Peart kick drum sound. And it's got a very pronounced attack, just clicks on in there. And then you've got the resonation, which is a couple of cycles. It's not just a spike and then dying away. It's almost expanding as it goes. But then it's instantly gone. It's a really interesting... The reason he would be doing that is for being able to play incredibly busy stuff and have it come across with clarity. But one of the interesting things about being a drummer is that it's almost like you're a instrument builder as much as you're a player. And you're making sounds like that. Here, I'll show you more directly. You're making sounds like this. Because you've designed the way your instrument registers. You've designed the way your instrument handles stuff like that. And in that way, it's almost like being a synthesist, being a modular synth guy or whatever, that you're doing this various stuff. See, that is multiple kicks into a snare. Nope. Wouldn't be gated reverb, no. There's a double kick into a snare. It's not perfectly clean, but here's the double kick. You can clearly see where the two kicks hit. One, and then two, and then immediately into a snare, which is here. And it decays just a little bit. A little more space. Yeah, it's all about, if you want to play really complicated stuff, you have to design your instrument to do it, and you have to be in the right context to do it. Like, you couldn't be playing in a stadium and be constantly doing stuff like that, because it would just get lost. By the way, in all of this, I still have to firstly normalize it. As expected, that is a drum sound. And then figure out what the name of the damn thing is. It's a little confusing with all that backward reverb there. Somewhere towards the end, I bet it has clear lyrics. I'm too tired to hear his lyrics correctly. Let's keep trying a little bit. As it does. World as it does. I can look up that. I'm sure there are many people who know what song this is. I just don't, so I have to look it up. World as it does, he says. It's not that one. Mm-mm. It's literally called. Oh no, wait, it's not. It's natural science. This is the one. Got there. Natural science. This is the one. Cool. Figured it out. Now we must measure it and then save it. Let's do that. Oh, I've got it in the wrong place. Oops. Oops, oops, oops. Move to start. Start over again. Because I do remember this takes forever to get rolling. I'm kind of wondering to myself, oh, and interestingly, look at how quiet it's being. The very bottom is showing nothing. Everything is so completely quiet that there are no visible dots in the zero cross meter. Interesting. It's one of those come in out of complete silence tracks. It's also a 9-minute track, so give me a second. I'm going to go and use the restroom. I'll be right back. We're not leaving you with any sound because this is the program that usually does the sound. Alrighty then, that's a little better. Went off, used the facilities, ate a piece of American cheese. That's one of my secret tricks for being able to maintain energy through difficult times is I get a definite energy burst out of eating a slice of American cheese, sort of folded up in threes and much. It's kind of like a grilled cheese sandwich without the sandwich. As in, not really all that great, but it works. And a little bit of orange juice mixed with stuff called Emergen-C and kind of thinned out, made a little bit more watery. Let's hear little glimpses of what this music is like. Probably worth listening to this in sincerity later. I will have a copy of it available. That works. It's interesting anytime you get music where you can see what it's doing on the meter. Where you can see, here it's playing a bunch of chords, dun 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 dun. And those are the dramatic chords. You can even see the decay of them, and then you can see where it kicks into doing something else, and so on and so forth. The slew meter is fascinating at this stage. It's like this low bed of appropriate tone. It's probably a combination of the Rickenbacker and the guitars. And here's our grand closing statement, as it typically, for a lot of things, it rises to its final exciting finale. And made it up to a rating of BF. So BF Natural Science. They seem to have arranged it in such a way that all of their songs start as most exciting and go to least. That's interesting. Rushy, nope. So as long as we're doing all of this, and again, if somebody comes jumping in and it's like, can you analyze my song? Come up with a way for me to be able to get it, I will go off and do that. Ooh, hang on a second. I see something that's a little interesting. We can close permanent waves because that is all the songs from it. 4 of them. Which isn't all the songs, but it's the 4 that I chose. I only just got Wham! That could be interesting, but I also notice I have recorded what's probably the entire album of Marvin Gaye's What's Going On, which I had never recorded and vacuumed. All of these I've also vacuumed the records to try to get rid of the surface noise, which worked pretty well, all things considered. They all worked pretty well. Oh, and I haven't done Chic yet. Chic and Risque. So there's a bunch of things that might be kind of interesting to look into, because many of these are like the entire record. I had every intention of doing that, and that means sometimes it's a whole bunch of songs, sometimes it's just a few, in order to measure them on meter, I have to play them through. So all of these would take about 30 to 40 minutes. Other than the ones at the very top where I have only taken a few tracks, like the B-52s and Wham. I think with Wham I've got 4 songs in there, but they're pop songs. They're not as long. One nice thing about the B-52s, however, is I know these songs by heart. So Planet Claire, don't actually remember the name of that one though. That's weird. Dance This Mess Around, Rock Lobster, fair enough, okay. So that is actually the last track of those. And Planet Claire is the first. Let's just go and do that then. Let's do the B-52s track. I enjoyed this band. They are so funny and so neat and so cool. I've multiple times, there's a recent discussion on Blue Sky where Lindsay Ellis has recently put out a video in defense of Yoko Ono, or at least, why Yoko did not break up the Beatles, which is correct, because she did not. And I got to mention to another person who did not know that without Yoko Ono, we would not have this band. They are heavily inspired by Yoko's singing, specifically, because the female singers there, the female singers of the B-52s are most definitely Yoko fans, and some of their coolest vocal expostulations are straight up from that. Also, check it out, another vinyl record pressing lathe that is not all wobbly. It's the same playback system, but the lathe is better on this one. Some of those lathes, man, they just, all the stuff that they put out was wobbly, wobbly, wobbly. Find peaks. Here's the hottest peak. That is a straight up waveform and not a record skip. It's a drum hit like this. Actually, it's not even a drum hit. It's the lead singer combined with kick. Cool. Planet Claire. That is a fun song. We're going to normalize it. We're going to measure it. And we're pretty much all set. Like, there's some wobbliness in there, but that's not all that much. It's just a fairly minor amount. But yeah, I've got a classic Marvin Gaye album, What's Going On, which I feel like, and I'm not completely sure about this, but I feel like this time around when I recorded it, it wasn't super crackly. And there are a bunch of interesting things about that album. And one of them is I recently put out a plugin called Wolfbot that was designed to act like the DI input transformer used on the Motown record. So in theory, investigating that record, I will have a working example of a intense DI bass sound that's exactly the target for what I was trying to do with that plugin. And it would be interesting to see. It would be interesting to look at some of the waveforms if I can find an isolated bass note check it out, see if it's doing any of the same things that my plugin did. Probably not, but you never can tell. Also, a neat thing about the sound of this band is how quiet the RMS level is. Like 612, 18 dB down. And the amount of percussiveness and all that peak energy. All that peak energy. It's really easy to hear when you put this record on that there's something special about it. There's something special going on. And it's because you hear the peak energy, it's not really inaudible. Your ear is being teased constantly with, whoa, hey, what's going on here? It sounds like it's not actually very loud, but it's so alive, it's so lively, it's so energetic. What's happening here? And it's the peak energy doing that. You can, in fact, hear peak energy. You just don't interpret it as easily. And if you're on headphones, it's much harder to hear it. The peak energy will bounce around the room a little bit if played over speakers. And look, we're all the way up to CA. We're nearly at B level, and the song hasn't even really kicked in. It's not really even begun. Here's where the real singing begins. And here's that vocalist. I feel sad that I can't remember his name. I feel like I should know this guy's name. There he is. So yeah, it's not like he's singing in pitch. He's singing all weird and stuff, but there you go. People carry on about how like, oh, well, does it really matter if you like make the same shapes and peaks and stuff, but you're actually not any good? It's like, well, first of all, define good. And secondly, what if you sing like this? That's him just yelling, you know, some of the 7 stars that shine at 6:30 in the morning, but she isn't. And there it is. It's not especially an on-pitch expostulation, but good Lord, did he mean it? And it works out just fine. You can literally see where he sings on this, and every time the song just lifts. It's like a hit vocal performance, and yeah, A tier. We have made it up to AF, and that's probably as high as it's going to go. AF B-52's Planet Claire. And you thought that only Beatles made it up to the A rating. There's a reason this weird little band is a big deal. This rises higher than like oh God, I'm trying to remember the other bands like that have. Yeah, this goes harder than some REM. Anywho, AF Planet Claire. I'm not surprised. I've always had a great fascination for that song. To me, it was like, oh my God, best song ever. Holy crap. Actually, we've recorded all of these in a row, so although I am not, it's been a long day, I'm not remembering the names of all these songs. This one. Kitschy lyrics and party atmosphere and pop junk. Fair, man. That's what they wanted to do. This album was included in the book 1001 Albums You Must Hear Before You Die. Yes, you must hear this. So, 52 girls, then dance this. Apparently I have just done the first side. Okay? Fair. I decided that I needed to do the first side, and I left the other side because I only had so much time to do all of this. But that's 52 girls, and that's one of the hit records off of this. So 52 girls, Dance This Mess Around, and Rock Lobster. Downtown is a cover. And these are also cool. These songs are also cool. This entire side kicks butt in no uncertain terms. So next one, 52 girls. I'm going to single out some of the vocals that are clearly Yoko inspired. But first, we're going to just do this song. The Peak Energy Check. Very dynamic album as well. Very, very dynamic. It's really something. Let's see. Make that go to the beginning. There we go. Got there. So 52 Girls by the B-52s. It's a very easy to listen to track. It's all bouncy and stuff. You're like boom, deep, boom, deep, boom, deep, boom. And you can even, like, if you wonder why this is immediately entrancing as soon as you put it on, meter tells the story. Even that little drum intro, the boom, 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 boom. Look at where the peaks are going. Look at what they're doing. They're right in the top like they're supposed to be, nice and consistent. Then when the music kicks in, boom, now we've got this entire cloud of the quiet sounds are also registering as desirable just as the louder sounds are, and it just levitates. It might not sound like any other album in the world, but when they say, records that you must hear before you die, there's a good reason why this is so well thought of. It'll be great fun to include some of these, and my ambition is to get up to speed with the timeless postings so that I can do them like Monday, Wednesday, Thursday without burning myself out too much, because those are the days that I decompress. And on Tuesday and Wednesday, I am cranking away for 8 hours without a break doing other kinds of work. So not to fail to count other things that I do as well, but I would like to be able to post more of this stuff. And I can identify which songs are legal to post on YouTube where they will not block you, or they'll share the revenue with you. Like, again, Debbie Boone's copyright people were happy enough to share revenue on that one, so that's kind of generous. I think that's akin to the spirit of the song. The song being this religious song, all going bonkers over a religious leader who was said to be very generous and sharing in all loaves and fishes and stuff, and so they're sharing the revenue of the YouTube video, and how nice, how appropriate. Remains to be seen. Like, all I really need is that they let you post the video at all. I do not care if the copyright holders take all the revenue, because the revenue from YouTube videos is basically nothing. It does not count. I do not care. I just want to show people what this stuff sounds like. Something like this. I want to show people what this sounds like. The stuff off of this album, because they do not know. You listen to it and you go, huh, that's very new wavy. Wow, it sounds like the drums are very loud relative to the rest of the sound, like we see here. You can see that the bass of the sound is pretty sparse sounding. You can see that the peaks of the drums, they're poking out quite a bit. All of that is like, yep, okay, that follows. But if you don't have meter, you don't see this. And this is the whole story. Peak energy. Peak energy is really important. You can do even very sparse music and handle your energy properly, including things like compression or whatever. You're just not going to be doing that much clipping and limiting on everything. And you make a sound picture like that, and it'll be captivating. People will be going, "Hip, here's 1001 albums for you to listen to before you die," and it'll be, yours in there. But in this case, it's the B-52s in there. And this is why. This is the noise they made when they went to Island Studio in the Islands. I think it was Island. Was it? A studio that had just been made in the UK. I'm trying to figure out if it was like Compass Point or something. One of those big studios, they had just come out with it. Let's find out. Here I am talking about this. I'm making a stream. The stream is going to be available to people in future. I should just go and find out. So let's do that. Firstly, BB 52 girls and B-52s. Is the name of that track. And while that gets saved, we're going to go and find out. I think we can go to that very same. Although this is about it, but I do not. So engineering. Oh, okay, it does say Compass Point. Yeah, an internet friend of mine actually ran that place. Island made it. It was built in 1977, and Robert Palmer was there a lot, and B-52s came and recorded there. They showed up and they didn't have like any instruments. They were hilariously lacking in gear and equipment. They had just these cheesy instruments. And my internet friend Terry Manning, who I've made plugins for, moved in 1992 and did a bunch of really good work for them. They had to move out of there because the Bahamas became unsafe. Where the area in Compass Point became unsafe. Which is tragic because he was doing really well running the place. And hey, we've got another one. This is Dance This Mess Around. Hey, Gatra. So I mentioned how Yoko Ono was a big inspiration. I will show you some examples. Particularly because I can do that and just loop them, and it's not going to content ID because it's going to be too short of a snippet. Inspired by Yoko. Edit it down a little bit. That could be off of a Yoko album. So this noise, inspired by Yoko Ono's willingness to make outrageous noises with her voice. Star quality vocals right there. Listen to the rasp on the edge of that voice. It's an out there performance. It really pushes hard. She's shrieking like Yoko. Or, so that's hitting a note. It's hitting a note, but the overtones on it are well beyond what you would usually use for a nice singing voice. And it's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. Mellows out a little bit as it goes into the next part. Trying to remember whether there's any other wild vocals. Also, you can use that kind of intensity of vocalization for stuff that's actually in pitch and really rhythmically tight. Like this. Great little moment there. They work up to this point. Doesn't that make you feel a lot better? What do you say? I'm just asking. Great little note. Great little note. But that's another pushing the voice really hard. And it just works a treat. It's fantastic stuff. So let's see. We have peaked it, and now we're going to measure it. Move to start. And yeah, this is the interesting fun part, in that some of these songs have fascinated me all my life. I've gone, oh my goodness, this amazing song. Maybe once I finish with this one, the next one I should do should be Jethro Tull's Aqualung album, because that has some other good examples of exactly that sort of thing. There are songs, there are pieces of music where I grew up going, that's important. That album is important. The sound of this record is so important. Oh my God, it's amazing. And typically it's stuff like this. And my ear just tunes itself to things like this, as if it has a special predilection for peak energy. And so I've always tried to do stuff, but I didn't really know exactly how you went about doing it, only that it seemed to be like enthusiasm and conviction and intensity. I've been learning more about how this is done. But to be able to record this stuff and measure it and then observe it and see what's happening with all this wild stuff that I've always had such a fondness for is really a gift. It's really something to be able to study this kind of stuff and go, oh, looky there. Looky there, here's something where the headroom is extraordinary and it's really pretty consistent. And then you look at what the peak energy is doing and it tells a whole story. That the entire song is constructed out of this. It turns out there's a reason why the CDification, first of all, and then all of the 90s remixing of everything, and the compression and the limiting and the loudination, there's a reason all of that has just made me sick. And it's because there is too much here to be interested in. Some of these noises are going to be the vocal parts that I just showed you. One thing about them, though, is that these would be moments where Kate Pearson, I don't remember the other lady's name, is pushing her voice so hard that it's turning into the red spots. She is not doing the make it light up with blue spots, because that is another form of projection. Rock vocalists tend to belt to get there. Debbie Boone sang passionately to get that. And you absolutely can. And she absolutely is able to make sounds where if you made the sound continuously, it would just head for the top of the meter immediately. But sometimes she overscreams it. Sometimes she is intentionally, in a Yoko-like way, trying to make a noise that breaks those rules, that is super bright and abrasive and freaky and weird and interesting, and succeeds. But it could be stuff like this. You've got this little burst of probably voice, but then you've also got this little burst of oh, hey, there's more energy here. Some of the noises, pushing to the extreme, doesn't always produce the behavior that this meter is here to measure. You can very easily go right beyond that and end up doing something else. which is completely fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you are trying to use the thing to produce the amazing hit record result, knowing how it's done has its own kind of value. So let's see. Dance this mess around, CA. And now we get to a really fun one. We get to a one where I get to show you little bits of vocal that are so Yoko you wouldn't even believe it. Because it's time for the Rock Lobster. There it is. The intro everybody recognizes. The noise that will cause an entire gathering to leap upon the dance floor. Also note the nice smooth, like this is a track that has good record mastering, where the lathe is not shaking all over. Here's the end bit. Okay, so here's a Yokoism. Now do you believe me? And she keeps doing it too. Great stuff. The bit at the end is where it starts going really freaky. So that bit is just a straight up high-pitched scream. This is also a Yokoism in its way. Not holding back at all. Not holding back at all in that bit. Look out, the bikini whale. Here's another. So that's like Kate Pearson again, or whoever it is that's doing it. It's just two women who sing, and this is one of them. And this is also obviously another Yokoism. It's a voice. It's a voice. In fact, it's who. Here's the Who. A voice. there's another voice. Here's the note. That's not, and I think it's actually, they're taking turns. Both of the vocalists are doing it. So this is a voice. But the willingness to push the vocal apparatus beyond normal realms is strictly out of being inspired by Yoko. Without Yoko, you don't have the B-52s doing these wild and crazy things. And I just think that's neat. It just seems so neat to me that it just seems so neat to me that people can be inspired to carry on in such a wild way because they saw somebody else showing a lot of freedom. Whether or not it was going to go over well that they showed that kind of freedom. So that is a cool thing. And I agree with Lindsay Ellis that it is a super cool thing. That's why I'm always happy to bring that up. Now, let's see. Yep, that is a legitimate noise. That's not a click. Oh. And before we're quite finished with the crazy B-52 women noises, not as abrasive a one, but they start right off. Yeah, the thing with Lindsay Ellis is she has recently done a video that's available on YouTube about the death of John Lennon and why it is not Yoko's fault that the Beatles broke up. Because it is not at all Yoko's fault that the Beatles broke up. And in so doing, that's why I'm talking about Yoko, because Yoko is a big influence on this whole song, and the whole song is amazing. It would not exist without her. Not that she wrote it, but without that inspiration, this would not have happened. And then let's measure it, because we're coming right up on me defrosting my food and making my tacos. You got to remind me not to leave my oven on the next time I open it up to cool down. That was dreadful. And at the moment, the house cooling things I've been trying to do are working well enough that it's not completely appalling in there. But running an oven to warm it up is going to make it a little bit worse. So I'll do what I can. Anyways. Time for a little measuring of rock lobster. Let's see what this one does. Let's also see whether this one, like Planet Claire, goes for a super high rating. Because it's busy enough, there's enough in there going on that this, I think it would be extremely funny if this song turned out to be a AA rating. Because that's not that common. It's not that common that songs, especially songs that are this quiet in the RMS, go for the AA rating, the cult hit rating, the normal people would never understand this, but I can't stop listening to it rating. And yet, I wouldn't be that shocked if this did. My recollection of it and everything that I know about it suggests that it has that kind of crazy wild energy. Where like we're 1 minute into it and it's already made it all the way up to BE. And that ain't even counting. We haven't even gotten to the bits where they go, rock. That might just make the meter go nuts. We shall see. Because one of the things you need to do in order to make that happen is keep up sustained, intense noise. And well, we got some intense noise in here. I'll just say. You know, one thing I would really love to get, maybe I will someday. I would consider this one of those things where it's like, you know, I'll just sell all of my crap and go and get it, is the Recording the Beatles book. And I would not mind getting a bootleg of the Recording Beatles book if it had the same information in it. There's a book out there which is out of print. It costs thousands of dollars, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know even how much it costs or whether you can even ever get them. But it is a daily studio log of everything the Beatles did in the studio. And hey, sweeter. I would like to have that book. It would be very interesting to me going through that kind of stuff and being able to check out. Oh, I guess they're doing one of their down sections. Note that while they're doing that, it has not actually lost energy. When they play those parts where they're going down, and everybody in the dance floor goes down to the floor and then springs back up again, look at what the peak area is doing, where they're still playing stuff and the stuff is still registering as very arresting and interesting. They're not blowing, it's not like they hit a sustaining chord and then just stop. They've got an and it sounds amazing, even though it's like a diminuendo. They're still filling up the sound with all of this crazy noise. Although as far as crazy noise is concerned, you wait until the next time it comes around. I would be a little bit shocked if this doesn't make it to some kind of A rating. I'm just saying. It might actually beat Planet Claire. I don't know how much farther it'll go, but I'm very interested. I've never done this before. I've never done this with this song before. But I have always had the suspicion there was a lot going on here, and it's showing me why. It's always been one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, this song is a song where you put it on and there's just a lot of space inside it, and yet it's just exploding off of the vinyl. It's crazy. So much happening. And then it kicks into the crazy, outrageous part, and your brain just explodes. You're like, oh my God. And that would be what we're looking at as it kicks in here. So let's see what this meter does. This is a new one for me too. So my question there is this just them going so bright and aggressive? Is this a section where it's gone really bright and, oh, no, hang on, I think I spoke too soon. I was trying to figure out whether when all hell breaks loose, the line will in fact go up, or whether it's simply that they went so crazy that they're overdoing it and the line goes down. I am very interested to find out whether this rises to the end or whether it just has gone to a BB rating, and we'll leave it at that. Because I really do have a strong feeling that the end of this one is them just going completely bonkers, and the energy is explosive. And what I'm seeing does register with that. I just was expecting it to shoot up more aggressively. I mean, Planet Claire is rated AF. I would have thought that this would also rate A something, but maybe bearing in mind, of course, I've been saying over and over again that the ones that rate as an A level are the ones that are not actually the big hits, and the biggest of hits must be like BA or below. And here we are. Planet Claire is a personal favorite and perhaps more of a cult hit, but the big hit, Rock Lobster, actually rates as BB, like 52 Girls. So I stand corrected. I thought for sure, since this was such a big deal of a song, it surely had to go for the turn the normies off, insane levels of energy. But no, I stand corrected. I've been saying this entire time. Yeah, the really big hits never go above a certain amount, and this has gone kind of up to the maximum limit of what could be a really giant, huge hit, and then stopped. And it just stays there and keeps throwing these little peaks of blue at you, which is what you would do if you were going to AA or beyond. But no, it just balances it out. It just keeps interesting. All right, so Rock Lobster, BB, and we have now successfully figured that one out. I wouldn't have called that. I totally stand corrected. I was so sure. I guess I was so sure that this would not follow my rules, and it has followed my rules. Go figure. Also, it is now 4 o'clock, so give me a second because I gotta scoot off and defrost some cheese for my tacos and get the oven warming up. Hopefully I remember to turn it off before opening it to cool down this evening, because that was a disgrace. Last time I did a silly thing and it was a disgrace. Let's check out this album during my last hour. Okay. I'm back. This one I'm not going to have to look up any of the song names. Unless I'm just really fried at the end of the day, which is not impossible, I suppose. Let's do it. Let's measure this one. Oh, you found one? $355? That ain't so bad. I was expecting thousands. Got a hissy noise there, which doesn't belong there. Let's edit out the hissy noise. That doesn't belong there at all. Oh, fair enough. The neat thing about this album is I know it as being the most intense peak headroom from sound of it. We got a slightly wobbly, it's extremely dynamic, it's extremely dark, it's got incredibly intense peak energy to the point where the drums are, if you don't handle them properly, they sound really weird. Like for instance, oh, that's the piano part. Let's go find a peak. So there's a peak. So this is probably a kind of drum beat. That's the loudest noise. Oh, that's a click. I'm going to try to get the clicks out of this record. It's not the newest record in the world. But like these waveforms, these are what Jethro Tull was up to at this time, and they went through some changes. This was the time during which Jethro Tull was flirting with trying to be heavier than Led Zeppelin. This was the time when they were flirting with just ultimate heaviness at all costs. So, but it was 1971. So it's like, listen to this hit. That is the drums being smashed incredibly hard. The cymbals are going off like it's Keith Moon. The kick drums are actually quite heavy and rumbly, but the whole kit is being played so hard that it just gets buried, like he's crushing the drums. He's crushing the drums so there's no sound coming out anymore. Here is a fill. Or here would be a fill if I click off of that. This is one heavy hitter. The guitars are a Les Paul Jr. with P90 pickups. So it is it's big amps and all that kind of stuff. But it's a particularly raw, rowdy sort of sound. And the combination of everything is just extremely fierce. Extremely fierce and loud. And let's see, what's my peak? My peak is this hit. So we can normalize that. And that's as loud as it's gonna get. And I feel like I'm not sure these are balancing. Well, one way I can find out. So let's see. This peak was insanely hot. That's going to be a drum hit. They're all drum hits. So if I unnormalize normalize that, go and find this one little waveform and pull that back a bit. I'm going to go in search of some of the individual waves, and we're just going to take a dB off of the individual bit. Like that. Select that and look for the peak in here. It's still the biggest peak. I'm going to do that until it switches to another peak. There. And again, select only down here. Now it's going to another peak. That is still a very sharp, pointy wave. So I feel like maybe I would also like to pull that back a hair too. I'm trying to figure out how I would want to shape that. Because I'm taking these down by 1 dB, and that means it doesn't always line up with the rest of it. So 1 dB down for you too. More peak finding. Yet another spike. Oh, I think we may be back at the first one again. Because here's the thing. Recorded this way, the amount, like I'm doing peak limiting on this to be able to demonstrate it appropriately. This is a form of peak limiting 1 dB at a time. It's still the hottest peak. And then we look on this side. What's our hottest peak here? That waveform, apparently. But that can't be true. But it thinks it is. Okay, may not understand that. Okay, that's different. This is the for reals loudest peak on this side. Now they look about the same. So I'm going to say that this is probably the correct way of normalizing this. It's making this moment be the loudest moment in the song. And the whole reason I'm having to do this is because they played so hard on this album that it's almost impossible to contain in a record. And if you know what that kind of sound is like, you identify with it. And if you don't know what that kind of sound is like, you think it's a terrible sounding album. People consider this to be like flimsy and mid-rangey and just lacking in many things. But it ain't true. There's a lot going on here. So having selected both of the channels, we're going to normalize it. And then we're going to measure this and see what it looks like. Because I've not done that to this record that has meant so much to me over the years. I have not yet done that. And we're starting with the title track Aqualung. So what I'm expecting to see is a whole bunch of blue spots. And that appears to be the case. There's also a huge amount of dynamic variation. And the body of the sound is more along the lines of 18 dB down. It's not going for 12 dB down. It's going for 18. although the peaks will easily go to 12. But we've got a real tendency here. It's fascinating that this is typically a dark-seeming album, and yet the red dots in the second screen and the spikes of brightness, it seems like this is a dark-seeming album, but it's really not. It's not nearly as dark as you'd think. There's kind of a lot going on there. And then here's the bit with the sort of telephone voice sounding, where it's like, sun streaking cold, an old man wandering lonely, and it's very quiet. The few loud bits are clearly up in the mid-range. The bottom screen shows you that. At some point it is going to open up into the rest of the sound, and that's probably, we're getting there now. And the funny thing is, this is not the song on this album that's most exciting to me, because there are things about the next song along, Cross-Eyed Mary, that have always just blown my mind. I consider Cross-Eyed Mary to be sort of like the ultimate heavy metal song in certain ways. It's not really a metal orchestration, but certain things about how the guitar just cuts through with this mid-range sonority, and bass and drums are able to hit so hard on that song. And I'm just wondering if it's going to be showing me anything interesting with meter, because that would be how I would see something interesting to see. And it's partly because the album in general is capable of the level of dynamics that it is capable of. That this is really one of those ones where like 2 drum hits in the entire song are 5 dB louder than everything else. And you don't necessarily want that, but it makes use of it. I don't think that the song Aqualung is the one that makes use of it the most effectively. But then the song Aqualung is also the one that is among the biggest hits Jethro Tull ever had. So if my conclusions are correct, there is no way that this song will rise to the level of an A tier. It's going to be a B tier or a C tier. Probably low B tier, perhaps more, because it would have enough space in it to overcome moments of excitement where otherwise it would become off-putting to normie listeners. The one I'm interested in is Cross-Eyed Mary, which comes up immediately thereafter. There's also a bunch of nice little songs, some of which, like Cheap Day Return, I might need to normalize to -1 dB, because it is inherently that much quieter than all the rest of the songs. I'll see. It's possible that there will be a peak in there where I won't even have to normalize it to -1, because some little instant, some moment, some click against the guitar or whatever will just pop up to full volume. Back into the telephone voice section. It'll be interesting to see whether I can identify the guitar coming in, which is going to be happening pretty momentarily. It's that little spike there. Yeah, the initial transient is registering with a blue spot. As that chord hits, the attack of the guitar alone is enough to cause it to register in that way. And then there's a drum fill, and this is the drum fill here. the peaks go way up, but the dynamics of the body of the drums are way, way the heck down here. And here we are doing the last part of the song. 6-minute song, not a short song. There's also stuff like Locomotive Breath or whatever. There's multiple heavy songs on this track. But then there's also on this album, there's also heavy songs that are like emotionally heavy. And I'm very curious about some of that stuff. The song on side 2, My God, has voice performance that is unusually high in peak energy to my ear. And I'm very interested to see how that registers. Like when we load it up, we will listen to little bits of it so that I can see how it measures. And here we are. We have gotten to the end of Aqualung. It is a CB. Fair. And there are little moments of red spot on the line. It throws bits of excitement all about, but it never sits on them so long. CB, we just said. So moving right along, very next thing we look at is going to be Cross-Eyed Mary, the one that I am particularly interested in. There's a particular moment in the song that I'm super into. It's at the end of one of the flute solo bits. Oh yeah. I bet Cheap Day Return peaks up to the same volume as everything else. I don't think it has to be made to be quiet. But here's where things get interesting, because this is the Jethro Tull heavy rock song of the time. Cross-Eyed Mary. You have to include the cockcrow. Cock-a-doodle-doo. And edit out the little click. We don't need that. It can go away. If I see any more clicks, I'll edit those too. And here's the ending. And there's the next song. Drums. Kick drum. Now that's the guy that kicked the heck out of his drum. And that's part of what makes the sound of this song work so well. You got this massive kick in here, but also this gnarly guitar. So this is the moment that I'm so into, where it goes boom, and the drum fill going boom. As it hits, it's this huge hit. This. The beefiness of where the kick drum hits with the guitar and everything. Like that is a attack and a half. And there's this neat honk to the guitar. It's so mid-rangey. It's like a squawk. So that's just a moment in the song that I would always wait for. I was like, oh, wait until it comes back into the groove. It jams and it does the thing, and then there's this drum fill, but it into the boom. And when it hits so hard, and it hits like with this particular waveform, and I want to see what that looks like on the meter as it does the thing. That is something I would like to... Funnily enough, it is not the loudest noise of the song. Look at that. We have much bigger spikes. There's much bigger. Like, here's an even harder kick drum hit. And yet all the same, that one hit has always just blown my mind. Like, oh my God, the way they slam into the... Maybe it has to do with where it sits in the tempo of the track, because these are not quantized to a grid. So probably the deal with that is it's an amazing drum fill, but then when it hits in like an instant early, and all the instruments are there with it. And that's probably what impresses me so much about it. Anyway, let's go and find what our loudest noise is. Predictably, it's this. And let's see whether we can normalize it and have it make sense and do a useful thing. It's a big old thump. That is definitely kick drum, though. That's not a record click. That's the sound of the drummer. That click is the sound of just wailing on the drum. Just heavy, heavy foot there. So let's go and check it out. It's time. Let's see what meter makes of this. The biggest peaks are kind of a lot bigger than everything else. It's probably the kind of thing where I could like loudinate it a hair and get away with it. But it's all within 0 and 3 dB, and we get up to, let's see what it does. That's the big question. It's been a long day of grinding through all of this kind of stuff. We get to have a little bit of fun with whatever this is. Oh, but we have to put it back to the start. I am always forgetting that part. Starts with pretty flutes going and a bass. And it's all very mellow, and it's building up and building up and building up. The interesting thing about some of it is, like with these drums, if you don't have a really good turntable, you're not going to hear the cymbals at all. The attacks of the drums are so loud that the cymbals will just drop right out. He is also not constantly riding on the cymbals either. And I'm pretty sure whatever hi-hats he had were not the loudest hi-hats you could find. And we are building to where the guitar kicks in. There it is. Up. Okay. That follows. I was more or less expecting something like that, where the guitar kicks in and immediately it's lighting up with the blue dots there. That's more or less what I thought I was going to see. Now, Ian's singing is a little more sharp than it has to be, but it's in that realm. It's in that range of being able to light up the meter. He has a tendency of pushing a little harder than that, so I'm seeing red dots around there. And they don't have anything to do with cymbals. In fact, we're not seeing any red dots higher than the blue dots most of the time. The cymbals of this drum kit just don't stand out that much. The sibilance and the voice don't really stand out very much, but the overtones are what's causing those red dots on the vocal. It's not his S's. It's not breathy sounds. It's the raw edge of the vocal expression, where he's doing this belting and just making it be extremely edgy, extremely gritty. Here we've got the solo, the flute solo, rather. Guitar solo. There's the moment. Okay, that moment doesn't really show up on the meter in the way that I would expect, but I think it's the timing aspect. Also, I do see in the RMS reading that there's a good solid spike right there. In fact, I can see where the drum fill is. The snare hits are visible there. So we do have a roughly 6 dB spike over what the RMS had been. So one thing about it is that when those drums do come in, even if it is not the loudest sound you could get, it's doing one of the things that I consider to be good in percussion, even though the usual drum sound is wildly different from what you would normally get. So that's interesting. Yeah. Alternate way to produce a sound that I normally like to hear. Because with this one, usually we're not seeing those drum transients, because we only get to see the drum transients like that when Clive Bugger absolutely dumpsters the drums, which he's doing pretty constantly, but the mix is just not happening in such a way that you would, like, if this was recorded in a mid-70s kind of way, we would be seeing drum transients like 12 dB hotter than the RMS level. If it was being recorded that way, we would be seeing wildly hotter transients because of how hard he's slamming the drums. But since this is a 1971 and it's mic'd from quite a distance, there's that warmth and space to it, which you don't normally get with more modern drum micings, and yet it's still replicating some of that like 80s style transient percussiveness, but it's doing it through raw force. It's doing it through raw impact. There's a thing. We learned something. That was kind of cool. And there's space to make the whole thing a little bit louder too. Like, that would not be too problematic. There's just a few drum hits across the entire track that take up the full volume of everything. So if I was mixing this, I absolutely would be giving it like 1 or 2 dB. I'd be moving these drum hits, these transients up to where they touch the top of the thing. Because having just individual hits that are louder than the rest of the song is not actually useful. So let's see, CB, Cross-Eyed Mary. And on to try to do the rest of the songs before my day is over. Because I am beginning to get ready I am so ready for my tacos, man. I'm hungry. I am so hungry. I want dinner. But I can't have it just yet. So this is a super quiet and super brief little song. And in fact, it's so quiet that I think I will actually normalize it to -1 dB. But first, we've got to load it up. Here we are. And there's the next song, Mother Goose. Slipstream is also cool. Slipstream has weird orchestra playing kind of microtonal notes. Bet you didn't know that there was microtonal notes in a Jethro Tull album, but there are. But this is just a sweet little brief song. So that's as loud as that'll go. It's kind of funny that this is on this album. This is really the album that made them a big deal, but this is right after they did Benefit, and Benefit is also an amazing album. And it's like this is an album where on Cheap Day Return, it's basically a song about Ian Anderson being wealthy and employing people who are taking care of his parents and hoping that they're doing it well. It's an interesting song. Does the nurse treat your old man the way she should? She gave you tea, asked for your autograph. What a laugh, is the lyric. So let's see. Cheap Day Return. Might not even be, no, it's a little over a minute long. It's a very pleasing sounding song, this is. It'll be interesting to see whether it registers on the meter as probably a pleasing sounding song. I'm certainly seeing the blue dots showing up, which tends to indicate that we have a balance between brightness and peak energy that's appropriate. And one thing about this entire album is that it's very unrestricted peaks. It really goes. So here's some singing. And that's about the same story, really, is that it's very dynamic. I'm loving the little stacks of red spots there. It's like that must be an S or something. And all the blue spots are hanging out in the 200 or so hertz range, meaning a human voice's natural unstrained singing range, which is, of course, what this is. So DE for Deep Vibe for Cheap Day Return. Cheap D Return. I've had this album since I was a kid. I don't know if it's the exact same one I've always had, but when I was a kid going through really rough times, this was an album I had, and I would escape into this music. So it's always had a great fascination. I think I had this even before I discovered the immediately thereafter stuff that they did. I had this when I was a little kid. So I think this gets us up to Wondering Aloud. This would be Mother Goose. Yep. Wondering Aloud is another pretty little acoustic guitar song. Here's another more interestingly arranged one where there's kind of a lot going on. It's a pretty creative arrangement. Here's our loudest noise. A fairly beefy kick drum in these. The amount of additional other energy in there stops it from seeming like that beefy of a kick drum, but it's still basically, it really is. All right, let's normalize this, and we're going to go back to 0.
Would you want to get back? Would you saw Johnny Mother Goose screaming?
You can kind of hear the thumps there. And you can also hear the distorted guitars in there too. Harmony flutes. Gotta love harmony flutes. For them as can do them. Let's measure this sucker. We're going to measure and record all of these as we go. And then I'm going to go off and have tacos. I'm going to have dinner. So I'm very excited about that. And like I said, my big deal is I need to remember to have dinner, and then this time not leave the stove open when I open it up. Not leave the stove on when I open it up to air it out, because that was a derpy maneuver. I mean, I don't suppose it could cause any real terrible harm, but it was the dumbest thing ever. Another thing notable about the album Aqualung is the sheer dynamicness of it for such an old album. Because one thing about it is that we got albums that looked and measured like this, although often they peaked out more consistently high, in the 80s. In the 80s, we got stuff where it's like, okay, 6, 12, 18, 24, 30. We got stuff where the body of the sound was 30 dB down. But it typically made a lot more happen on the attack transients of drums and so on and so forth. So it ended up being much more hyped. This isn't like that, but all the same, key moments of like extra enthusiasm, ways that the voice projects, ways that certain drum hits are just beyond the beyond. It just pokes out with extra energy all over the place. So it's this record where it's a little bit like the direct-to-disc record that I got of the jazz band, where it feels very natural, and you're listening to the music go on, and every now and then a musician or vocalist or whatever will just kind of startle you with a intensity of expression, like whatever this moment was. It made a blue spot right up here, and there's another one right near it that's even higher. Some kind of drum hit, some kind of something going on, but it just poked way out. It's not a fatiguing record. It's not a demanding record in the sense of it hurts your ears, it feels too intense or whatever, but the amount of strength it has behind some of its, shall we say, outbursts. Getting on towards side 2, and we are rapidly running out of time for doing that, but that's just maybe. Maybe I'll save it for later, although perhaps not for live stream later. It's just got an extraordinary ability to hit you with authentic musical force. Nothing about it is hyped, nothing about it is fake, but it seems to have just a lot of room to move in, which it does, because dynamically that's literally what it is. Literally, the way it's done, the dynamic peaks are completely beyond what you would normally expect in a song. I mean, the Beatles were compressing heavily way before this. But no, at the time, Jethro Tull was doing this very raw thing. Almost immediately, they ended up doing what is actually a kind of parody record, as in Thick as a Brick. And for that one, it's much more highly produced, it's much brighter, it's much more engineered. But this one seems to be all about rawness and beating the crap out of the drums and playing really hard and playing really intensely. So yeah, so this has been Mother Goose, and it rates DB for Deep Vibe. It's a neat song. It's a neat song. We'll get through all these. Remember, I've got all of this to do, and all of this is albums. So this is going to take me a while. Generally, I'm going to do a lot of this in my own time. And then we're also doing it in this time because I have so much of it to do that it's just kind of overwhelming. Overwhelming. So now what do we got here? We got Wandering Aloud and then this final track. Another little pretty acoustic guitar song. We can straighten out some of these clicks and pops too. This one's called Up to Me. If I laughed a bit too fast, well, it was up to me, he says. Let's go and find the pops and clicks and make them go away on this pretty little song. There's another, because they are distracting of the mood, and we don't want that. Ooh, is that a click or is that a person's? Nope. That's guitar. What about this? Nope, that's guitar too. Well, that's so enthusiastic, maybe I should be normalizing it to 0. Let's find out. Seems very enthusiastic.
Well, yeah, I'm taste as the butter runs off toast as the butter, and it's all what you are.
Pretty song. Let's go. I'm not going to be able to do all of this today. If anybody has anything they want to talk about before I'm done with the day, because I'm rapidly running out of time. It's fine. I got to do all this sometime or other. This is a 2-minute song. Yeah, you know, I since putting out Wolfbot, I ran across somebody on KVR who was like, "Oh, I've got one of those. It's not as good as you think." It's not worth what I paid for it. And I was like, oh, really? Okay, put it up on Reverb, and I'll give you what you paid for it. As far as I know, he has not yet done so. But I was serious. I would have done that. I suppose he still might. That'd be cool. Interestingly, this is not... It's a slightly less than 1 minute window, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. It's going to be another deep vibe track. Here he is going off toast as the butter run. So one of the things that I've observed about this particular album, you know how with a lot of the albums that I do, there's this constant fog of red dots, stuff happening in the high frequencies, no matter what's going on? The reason this one feels as dark as it does is because that's strictly tied to certain kinds of sound, but the ambience doesn't have high frequency detail. The ambience of this album is dark as anything. To the point where after high frequency noises like this, it's just instant darkness. There's no sustain to the ambience of the sound. Probably a fair bit of it is because it's using real acoustics rather than any kind of fake acoustics. So rather than having anything like plates or whatever, it's using actual spaces, and that will tend to get dark. And if they are recording, as I think they are, without... Like, if they're using condenser mics, it's a particular kind of them that are not particularly bright. It could easily be a lot of dynamics. They might be going for that. They might be going for, these are the mics that we use that we play live. Anyways, DD, Wondering Aloud. And this is us making some progress with this ginormous project. You know what I'm going to do here? I'm going to talk to chat. I'm going to talk over the last bit rather than continuing this. And I can do that by...
And I shake my head. Is ever what you are?
I can just edit this down. This is now the amount of aqualung I have left. Here's a little snippet of something cool, locomotive breath. Let's just grab a snippet of that and play with it while we have a stream. Because we're not going to go through all of this. I'm going to have this done by the time I see you next. So it's a cool guitar tone. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Little hum of some kind of sustaining thing going on. And then there's the shape of our guitar distortion. Doesn't look very square wavy, does it? That's because it is a big old amp turned up very, 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 very loud, and a P90 pickup. I mean, you can make this kind of noise with it. And this is the kind of reason that I ended up inventing discontinuity, is to be able to get sounds like that appropriately and correctly. And now that we have loudinated everything, we can have fun doing a little temporary peak. A locomotive breath. And the way that that kind of comes together. One thing I do notice is, although they figured they were going full heavy metal here, there's not enough brightness here to count as heavy metal. It's very much power music, but there's not enough brightness here to actually work as heavy metal. Let's not save that. Let's quickly save this. And then let's take a moment before I go to show what would actually be a real heavy metal. Although sadly I have to let it save first, but that's fine. I have done part of Aqualung. I have not done all of Aqualung yet. And then I have all the rest of these to do. Although on the bright side, I now have 2 Chic albums ready to go, and so that'll be exciting. Also, I have sometimes done a thing where I will edit them down into individual songs really fast and then go through and measure them later. And that makes it go a little faster. So here's some Judas Priest. Here's another one from the same album. So this is the kind of brightness that you would want, the kind of saturation that you would want for doing heavy metal. See, we've got more of the red dots. They are filling up this area. You can hear the cymbals. You can hear the edge on the guitars. But it is still mostly showing up a lot of these, the blue dots all over the place. I look forward to showing people stuff off of this album, because Point of Entry is awesome. And that brings us to 5 o'clock. So now I get to go and have tacos. Remind me to not leave the stove on this time. I don't want to go through that again. It was terrible. And if you are having your own dinner, I hope you enjoy it. I will, with a bit of luck, enjoy the heck out of mine. I am about ready for that. And I will post. Nobody even had any suggestions for plugins to post. I'll think of something to post on Sunday. I've got a good number of stuff that I can use. And you'll get something neat. I just don't know exactly what it is. The compressor, widenator. We've got stuff. We've got stuff available. And after I do that, and some number of timeless albums to post, I will see you again next coming Tuesday. But I'm off to have dinner. And I'll talk to you folks later. Bye-bye.